tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Good morning for day number 2 here for our NORRA's Baja for 2025, folks. Day number 1, it was wild. Absolutely, we started off here in Ensenada, and the teams all went all the way down to San Felipe as they do in day number 1. Today, and I'm going to touch on it in a minute, today we are going to Bahía. It's a long stage. It's a pretty wild one. Leaving San Felipe is going to be just as rough as it was coming in yesterday. For those of you that stuck with us all the way towards the end of yesterday's show, everyone getting beat up pretty good through the whoops, and we know anyone that follows off-road racing knows that getting in and out of San Felipe, it's really not an easy way to do it. So it is pretty rough. But let's touch on a couple of topics real quick before we get underway and we get going down there. We do have Pam Hall. We're going to touch on her in a bit. My name's Sean Cermony. I'm going to be in the studio all week long here and getting the news to you the best we can. But a couple great topics coming up here. First off, on the negative side of things, Nick McPhee yesterday, phenomenal in qualifying the day before. Just put it to him. Knocked Max Gordon off the record box as far as being the one that qualifies number 1 every time. And McPhee really put it to him. Qualified number 1, started number 1 yesterday from Ensenada, making his way to San Felipe, and was just on the gas, stayed out front the whole time until all of a sudden just a racing incident and was clipped together as he was on course. Another vehicle was on course as well. They're all within legal limits of where they're supposed to be. It was just a racing incident, and I believe got in contact with the fastball racing team. Next thing you know, the Nick McPhee's UTV, it took the blow. Twisted up the frame pretty bad, and a bunch of other things happened. And sadly, they're out of the race already, day number 1 and out of it. So a sad go for that team and Nick McPhee. But what an effort they put in. Fastest qualifying, running really well. And then all of a sudden that had happened. No, but it was nobody's fault. It was just a racing incident. Nobody did anything wrong. It is what it is. Another thing I want to touch on is let's get into UTVs. This year, there's our UTV classes, as we always have, and then we have our UTVs also / class 10s as well that are together. And as far as the class 10, the first one across the line, that was Troy Johnson's team with the Fab School team. Fab School put together an awesome vehicle. They've worked on that together for years, and I touched on that yesterday, and I will again today. But Fab School putting some amazing stuff together and helping us out with all competitors here and everything that is NORRA that needs assistance and things. And Fab School put together an awesome vehicle because that thing ran so well. It'll be the first UTV, but it's a class 10 off the line today. Very impressive. They're going to start 4th overall. I always say that the cream rises to the top. In the UTVs, I normally don't expect it to happen a little bit further down the line here until we get into the end of day 2 or 3, but already start up in 4th overall. Speaking of the UTVs and staying on that topic, we get into Max Gordon. He is the first UTV to start off in the straight-up UTV classes. He'll be starting 10th overall, first UTV across the line yesterday by time and officially. However, who's putting the pressure on him? Right behind him, just 2 spots behind him, starting in the 12th position, is P.J. Jones. So the Jones family and the Gordon family, two families that have known each other for a very long time. They're good friends. They get along well, but they're going to, the gloves are off, man, if you know what I'm saying. So they're getting ready to rock and roll. So that is P.J. Jones hot on the tail of Mad Max Gordon. And then yesterday, we had the Mark Post team, the number 3 of the Riviera. However, what I didn't realize I wasn't told this, but I did my homework last night, that it was Larry Ragland driving the truck for part of the section as well yesterday, which is no surprise when we have, just Hall of Famers and superstars like Ragland and things, and then you have Mark Post as well, and let's not forget about Brent Bauman. And so that's the navigator, and he's been involved with that team for a long time, and he's a top dog as well. And we'll, we're going to touch more on that stuff in a little bit. But starting off again today with that team, I thought for sure, I don't have a stopwatch. Okay, let's keep that in mind. I don't have any of that here in front of me, so I'm just going off physically on the road. But it just looked like the Rivera team put a real whooping on everybody. They really did. It was just unbelievable to see. And then when I realized that it was both Ragland and Post, I'm like, well, that makes complete sense because both of them are just absolute animals. They know what they're doing. They've been doing it a long time, and they're superstars out here in the desert. And then all of a sudden it was mind-blowing as I started going through this morning, because there's changes if things happen overnight and, different protests or what have you. And all of a sudden I find out there was no problems. There was no protests. There was nothing. They just ultimately, when it was over and done with, were not the fastest by time, and they're going to be starting 8th, which blew my mind because it just seemed like they were so flawless. But maybe when you're running out front the whole time, it just seems like it's that much more flawless. But I got to say, keeping that story rocking and rolling there is that, I thought they're going to be first for sure. They're actually starting back a little bit further, and Brent Fox is starting up on top of the line. He's the truck number 282. He's number 1 off the line today in his Evolution 6100. And so kudos to you, Brent Fox. And we all know who Brent is, and what a great run that was. Do I expect to see Brent running up front? Yeah, absolutely I do. Did I expect Mark Post to be starting that far back? I didn't, but really impressive stuff. So great job there from the Brent Fox Racing team and all those guys. So ultimately, those are our top stories with some of our top classes, and we've got all day to touch on the details here. And so very impressive stuff. As you see the cars here taking off the line down here in San Felipe, one after another. We are now at 8:06. So the cars are rocking and rolling. As we're on board already early on, it's going to be a long day of racing. And we have a pretty long section today. And I'm going to touch on that here in just a moment here as far as how far it is, each distance and all of that. But I can tell you one thing, guaranteed, without a doubt, is that we've got a lot of great stuff ahead of us. And as I said, the cream rises to the top, and that's exactly what's going to be happening here today. So moving right along here, on board, out front, looking comfortable. And as our starting order continues on, we are Brent Fox off the line. Behind him is Scott Bailey, Bob Briggs, Troy Johnson. That brings us to 8:06. At 8:08, we're going to have Dave Mason Jr. coming off the line. He's sitting there on the line right now, ready to rock and roll. So it's Dave Mason. So Dave Mason getting ready to rock and roll. As we are just getting underway here from San Felipe. There he is, Dave Mason Jr. He was very happy with his run yesterday, starting off right now in the 5th starting position. As he came across the line yesterday, we had an opportunity to get an interview with him, and Dave Mason said, hey, man, we're real happy. And the section that they went through, coming into San Felipe and things, is awfully rough. And he said, that the bigger trucks, the unlimited trucks and things, they're going to handle that stuff better. So he was real happy with the way his car ran. He said it was flawless, and he was excited with basically the whole team and everything that went on. And he said starting today, as they head down, it's going to get a little smoother. Now, it's not going to get smooth, but it's going to get smoother. And God knows, Dave Mason Jr., he understands. He knows what he's doing. He knows where he's going. And so he was very excited about being fifth off the line, being finished where he is. And he's got his eyes set on another victory here for Norra, as no big surprise for him. So he's got it all set. He's dialed in. He's like, listen, we've got through the rough stuff. What he considers the rough stuff. I think you can consider all of it rough stuff, but he knows what he's talking about. He knows what the plan is, and he knows what the car can do. Of course he does. And then he's got it all set in mind, so he's just got to keep it together. And, of course, anything can happen out here when we're racing in Baja. So very exciting things. And then after Dave Mason, we get ready to go with Greg DiStefano. He is in a 2000, Jimco 2000. It's a 1997. He is the second Evolution Unlimited buggy off the line in competition with Dave Mason. So he'll be right behind Mason as well, as we're getting ready for him to come off the line. There he goes. Next up, we're going to be looking for James Chip Griffith III. All right, and it looks like the first trucks right now are already in the stadium area. Look at it get through those whoops. Just how impressive is that? What a great shot it is. First truck's already in the stadium area, zigzagging back and forth. It's super tight right here as far as getting a lot of great shots now in his own dust. Really cool area right there. So we're showing you what we're calling the stadium area here, and also going off the line as well. So now look at dust is a major factor and it's just in his own dust and competitors as well behind him. And so if you just look at how difficult it is for some of the cameras, imagine what it is for some of the competitors, and just flat out right through here. Really impressive as we are on our way to Bay of LA. Just absolutely dropping the hammer right there. And what a beautiful day it is coming out of San Felipe. Then we hop back on board with Dave Mason Jr. The sun is up, the sky is blue, the dust is in the air, and we are rocking and rolling in day number 2 here at NORRA's Baja. Next truck looking really good. How exciting is that? I mean, I got a big smile on my face just sitting here watching. And folks, for those of you at home, you and we're watching all this for the first time ourselves. We are both getting it real time with each other. And as I mentioned yesterday, it's a little early on to get into it. But if you want to follow along, go to the NORRA website. We have the starting order on there. You've got, so you can see, you can follow your favorite drivers. You can follow, your husband, your wife, the kids, whoever's out there racing, or if you're just a fan of off-road racing in NORRA, as I am, you can just follow along for everybody. But go to our website. You can follow time and scoring. Live tracking is there and available for you as well. And, of course, you can see how the starting order is, and then keep up with us all day as I give you the information that is being fed to me by our amazing team up and down the peninsula here. Look at that. How cool is that coming out of that turn? Just a big landed nice and smooth through that stadium section there. It's just an awesome shot up there from the drone. Really, really cool stuff. I just love watching, just watching these bigger trucks. Our Evolution trucks, our Unlimited trucks, all that stuff. I love watching these big, gnarly, fast trucks just perform the way they do. It's really amazing to me. Back on board with Dave Mason Jr. Just getting it. As continue on the start line, it is now 8:13. That means that James Chip Griffin III, he is off and running on his Evolution 6100, and we're a minute away from the number 3 of the Rivera team, with driver record being Mark Post. I do know that is Larry Ragland that will be driving today. Starting off, anyways, will be Larry Ragland. And, of course, Brent Baumgarten is the navigator. Brent has got to be arguably the best in the business when it comes to navigation and off-road racing. And here we are on board, Larry Ragland, ready to rock and roll. And this makes sense. So now I'm going to be paying attention. When I see the red sleeves, whether we have it right or wrong, we'll know it's Larry. So we can all remind ourselves of that. There's going to be Larry with the red sleeves. It's going to be Mark Post in his Rivera black suit, off and running. And also, yeah, I was told at the drivers' meeting by Mark Post that somewhere along the way, I do believe Robbie Gordon's going to be driving the truck. And that's what he said yesterday in an interview as well from our finish line as we're on board with him. He says, we got some Hall of Famers together here, and we're going to make this happen. And also with fingers crossed that he's going to be in that Hall of Fame sooner than later, too. And I couldn't agree more. It's time to get Mark Post in there as well. But when you got Mark Post, Larry Ragland, Robbie Gordon, and Brent Bauman doing all the navigating, I mean, come on. And I'm going to start the morning off like this. I'm going to be quiet for a minute, and let's just listen to that truck eat. How cool is that? You know, I know all of you at home listening, you know who Ricky Johnson is, right? Well, Ricky Johnson years ago did an interview, and they were talking about off-road racing. It wasn't about his two-wheel success or anything like that. It was about his four-wheel success and short course and off-road and different things like that. And he's been quite successful. We know that. And Ricky Johnson said, you know, it should be, if you looked up in the dictionary, the definition of macho, it should just show a driver in a trophy truck hauling through the desert in the middle of nowhere with dust flying all over the place, locked in with your neck device on. You got your tubes in so you're not breathing the dust. And he's like that's what macho is. And I tell you, I whether it doesn't matter to me if you're a guy or a gal, doesn't matter. It's just awesome. I mean, it's macho. It really is. And I couldn't agree more with Ricky Johnson when he had said that. It's just a really, I'm trying to use the words I can get away with on air here, but it's awesome. Let's just leave it that way. It's just awesome. So here we are. We are now sitting at 8:16, which now puts 9 drivers on course. Matt Cullen, the last one out, and his guys are custom 2018. He's in the Evolution 6100. Next one off the line will be our first of our standard UTV classes. Keep in mind, we do have a Class 10/UTV off the line. That is the Fab School Pro R. So here we are on board with Brent Fox, our leader. Nice and smooth as can be, and I feel like yesterday, nobody else, just me, has done Brent Fox a disservice. I don't have the times, and there's no way for me to know better. But I gave, and it was very much due. I gave major kudos to the Mark Post team, the Rivera team, and it was due. I mean, they deserve that. But I should have. I wish I had known just how well by the numbers Brent Fox was running, because really impressive. And speaking of impressive, this young man, Mad Max Gordon, now the first UTV off the line and ready to go. Max is, let me back up here. So in qualifying, this is the first time out of now 2 1000s and 2 NORRA 500s that he wasn't the fast qualifier, but he was second fastest. That competitor being McPhee, he has now been taken out of the race, just a racing incident. That doesn't just leave it to Max, of course. I mean, he's 2 minutes behind him here is PJ Jones. PJ Jones has you know, he's won down here at NORRA before as well, so he's got his hands full. But Mad Max, really impressive stuff. He knows he's got the pressure on his back, and right now he's got a big bullseye on his back as well, as he's getting ready to rock and roll. And right behind him is, starting off now, a minute behind him, is the cops truck of Zach Langley. Haven't had an opportunity to speak with Zach yet this week, but I'm sure we will as we head south on the peninsula. And I'm just going to take just a quick moment before we go back to PJ Jones coming off the line next, and just listen in on this Speed UTV. Now let's see the differences in between the horsepower and all that, going through a similar section in between the Rivera truck and the UTV, because it's huge. Getting jostled around there a bit, but on the gas. And as I said earlier, you know, in and out of San Felipe, if there's a smooth way, and there is, but our race director and course designer, Elzeo Garcia, is not going to pick that way, because that's not the way San Felipe is supposed to be. You're supposed to get a good whooping going in and get a good whooping going out. That's just all there is to it. So here we are now, about to head off the line again here. Let me get back to our starting order. Oh, there he is. That is Mike Honcho himself. Says it right above the window. And coming off the line, I'm curious if possibly we...
Whoops, keep left, follow main road.
So where is PJ Jones? Oh, there he is. He came off the line. Okay, he snuck off on me. So we're back on board with PJ Jones, his co-driver, and Siri. And then that puts us at 8:21. So at 8:21 is now going to be Matthew Legg. And sitting on the line right now, I'm looking here. I feel as though, once again, I'm going back into it. So we had Langley, PJ Jones, Matt Legg, there we go, okay. And now I do believe we should have Dave Taylor, I think. And we were on board there with PJ Jones. Now we are into, I think that's got to be Mason. I'm just by the shape of the front end of the vehicle. Hard to tell, but I feel real confident that was Dave Mason Jr. right there. Now, as I had mentioned yesterday, the way this works out is all the competitors have to be at the starting line. There's a beautiful shot of the Rivera truck. They have to be at the starting line 30 minutes before their start time. Not 29. 30 minutes before their start time, helmets on and ready to go. If they are not, they are penalized 10 minutes at the end of the day, plus the amount of time that they're late. In each vehicle is starting a minute off the next vehicle. So every minute someone goes off the line. If you show up late as a competitor, you then get put in only 30 seconds off. So now you're in somebody's dust immediately. And the problem is the person behind you who did nothing wrong is in your dust because you showed up late with only 30-second intervals. So it's super important for everyone to be there on time. And here we are now on board with Larry Ragland, the superstar off-road racing, down here in Baja, in some pretty heavy dust, trying to navigate their way through this. And that right there just shows the experience. You know, you're going to want to just drop the hammer and just go, 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 and hey, we'll figure it out, but you can't. There's Brent Bowman. Brent Bowman navigating, saying, hey, we got to get over there, got to get over there. Then he got through that section. As you know, dust is a major factor down here in Baja, but when you're in the dust and you're in somewhere where you haven't pre-run before, then there's no pre-running here at NORRA. You don't know the section, you don't necessarily know where you're going. Now, let's look at it this way. There's only so many ways in and out, right, of San Felipe. And, I mean, there's quite a few. That close to town, most of this stuff has all been raced on before. So I'd have to imagine that both Larry and Brent are like, hey, okay, we kind of know where we are. But at the same time, maybe the NORRA course changes or cuts to a right or a left here that they weren't expecting that quickly. And you're in that dust together. So now you're somewhere, you may know where you are. And this sounds crazy. You may know where you are, but you don't know where you're going, right? And then you're in the dust of another vehicle, and they don't necessarily know where they're going either, right? So that's when you really got to kind of pump the brakes there for a minute. It's like, hey, all right, let's get through this situation here, and then start letting her eat after that. I could be wrong, but by the looks of the front of the vehicle, I believe that was our leader. It was almost like, you know, with the dust and the sun there, it's almost like a black and white, but I believe that it was. And there is the Rivera team back on board with Larry Ragland. He is the co-driver, navigated by Brent Bowman. And I see another car leaving the line as well. I believe that was Randy Miner. Should have been at 826. It should have been that Lumicraft Grande 2022 vehicle. Look at that Riviera truck just working. It's amazing that the technology of that truck years ago that was built, you know, Mark Post bought it in 1994. A little bit of a struggle there with the navigation, but no struggle at all for Brent Fox out front. Absolutely crushing it. You see Brent Fox, so it's a little bit different. Yesterday, it was the Riviera truck that was just an open air all day long. No sight issues, no dust issues, everything was good. And it was Brent Fox who started a little further back, and he was dealing with the dust and dealing with all of that. Now, things have changed. Brent Fox out front and just able to drop the hammer and let her eat. And the Riviera team dealing with the dust and things of that nature. So kind of switch positions, if you will, here from yesterday. And then there's a shot there, and I believe that was Mad Max Gordon. Just rallying those berms. Feeling very comfortable in kind of, for lack of better terms, kind of the short course area, if you will. Just having a really good time there. You know, Max, I tell you, I was out at dinner last night and with Mr. Mike Perlman, and he just looks at me across the table and just randomly says, "So Robbie's kid can drive, huh?" I just thought that was hilarious. And yeah, I said the kid can wheel a race car. That's without a doubt. And so we spoke about Max for a while, and yeah, he's got everybody's attention right now, Max Gordon, not just right now, but in the last couple of years in off-road racing, in other forms as well. I'm not sure where his future in motorsport will go, but he certainly has one. Listen to that UTV getting the job done. Navigating as best they can through here. So there is all right. Now off the line, we are sitting at 8:30, right on the dot. And I'm looking here, and I don't know why on my screen here we're jumping from our starting order from an 8:27 being Travis Clark in the Polaris Pro R. He should be off the line already, and then jumping all the way to 8:32. I am confused there, but I'll figure out what's going on here and let you know. And there is trying to get a number off of him. It's whoa, look at the dust and the silt flying up there. And that's a perfect example of the stadium section here coming out of San Felipe. It's super cool to watch, but you get more than one vehicle in there at a time, and it is wild and very, very difficult to see. Listen to that UTV from off in the distance just screaming at our cameras. And that is Mad Max. That whole section right to the wood. Back on board with Mad Max Gordon. And now, on the line here, we're looking at 8:31. I believe this should be Evan Durand coming off the line. I think, but don't hold me to it here. If we've got the correct one, we'll be back on track again here. Just an odd jump in times on my starting sheet here. 8:31. That should be the Curry pre-runner, the 2022, the Evolution pre-run buggy class of Evan Durand. Cool drone shot there. Another vehicle out in the stadium section as it's super tight. That is quite a shot right there. All right, so moving right along, folks, we've got a lot of great action coming from you all day long. And as we are moving along here, I'm going to give you more and more information, getting you all super dialed in with everything that is NORRA and everything that is going on here. Just hammering into UTV. And we're going to get into some of the live timing and tracking as well. As we head into today's first section is going to be 51.80 miles. So staying pretty consistent from here as it was to tomorrow. So we're San Felipe to Bay of LA today is where we're going. Right now we're just gonna hang out for a minute on board here. It's a rough ride. Nice. And here we are with Bill Hernquist, is it? I believe so. So Bill out there looking good. Just taking a moment to listen in on it. I personally think, and if you disagree with me, hit us up, send us some messages on our NORRA website here. But I love to sit back and just listen to the cars, listen to the drivers. That is a lot more about what NORRA's about than listening to me. That's certainly how I feel. But I like to just let the cars eat and let them do their thing. And this is where it's happening. Look at them. Very impressive stuff right there. Bill Zemek in the 935. On his way down, getting the first parts of the 51.80 miles done today. And then after that, our second sector of day 2 here on our way to Bay of LA will be 58.40 miles. And then from San Felipe, Bay of LA, the last sector of stage 2, or day 2 I should say, is 48.90 miles. So we've got basically 51 miles break, 58 miles break, 48 miles break, and then tomorrow we get into some longer days with stage 1 being 139 miles, and then when we go to San Ignacio to Loreto, it's just one deal. It's 184 miles right off the bat. So here we are, still on board, I believe, with Bill Zemek. Uh-oh. Bill Zemek right there. It looked as though maybe blazing a little of his own course. And that is what the rally style, I'm not going to say is what it's all about, but that's what happened when, you're doing this for the very first time. He can get off track a little bit there, but not far, just a few feet, get himself right back on course again with no problems. And this, I do believe, is one of our front runners in our pre-run buggy class. Getting on by there. As we got a cool shot right there out of the back of Bill Zemek's. Now out to the windshield again. He's back on course. Didn't get too far off. I think he was one of many that are going to do the exact same thing right there in that section. Nice shot up above, looking down at another one of our competitors there. For a moment, I thought that was Max Gordon, but I believe he's been through that section already. Oh, yeah, that's right. It may have been Max Eddy. It did look very Razor-esque, if you will. Max Eddy putting in a great day number one. And I know it's early on, and I certainly don't want to jinx any of the competitors, but it looks as though he is having a great start to day number two as well. Max Eddy out here having a great time. Fun interview with him yesterday down at the finish line in San Felipe with these guys. They're having a great time. And, of course, this is a very serious race for them, but a slightly more relaxed race as coming off that Max Eddy team and everyone involved there coming off a Dakar championship, which is, it is, that is not, I shouldn't belittle it at all. It's a massive, massive win in off-road racing. There's, Baja and Dakar are, on top of the world when it comes to off-road racing. And speaking on top of the world right now with the sun shining down on him, that is Mike Mason Jr. Dave Mason looking really good. Just jamming. He said how happy he was, Dave Mason, with his finish yesterday, getting through the rough stuff. And now from here, moving south, is the course gets better and better for, not necessarily for him, but for his car itself. And so they're in a really good position, and they just need to be smooth. They're already getting into someone else's dust. So getting in the dust, that's a bummer. But getting into other people's dust, that just shows that, hey, we're still moving on. We're moving faster than the people in front of us. So, Pacific time. Drew Pefferell should be coming off the line, but we are on board right now with Brent Fox, and I'm just going to be quiet and let him eat. So that was an awesome shot right there of our physical leader. Now we are on board with Dave Mason Jr. Look at those big cactus sticking up. Any of you that have not been to Baja or are familiar with what these cactus is all about, I'll tell you, for me being from New England, I didn't know until, 30 years ago when I first started coming to Baja when I was young as a kid, that cactus to me was just something, you see them on TV or in a cartoon. I didn't realize that they're huge, big cactus trees, and every once in a while you'll see a driver or a competitor get into one, and a cactus can ruin your day, without a doubt. So now we're starting to get further into our UTVs. Down the line here, we're sitting at 8:43. So that should be Antonio Contras off the line in his Can-Am Maverick 2020. Behind him is going to be Joe O, another Can-Am Maverick. So now we are almost 45 minutes into day two, stage one, here for our 2025 NORRA's Baja as we are leaving San Felipe and making our way down to Bay of Olay, a tiny little fishing village that we're about to turn upside down. When we get down there and we have everyone will relax, be able to have some cervezas, work on the cars, get things going. Roughly 50 to 60 miles each of the 3 stages today in day number 2. Down to Bay of Olay. We get down there, let me put it this way, it's not San Felipe and it's not Loretto. We get down there and there'll be a lot of camping. Back and forth, see the differences in between these 2 vehicles. Not necessarily in the same spot. They did start. Brent Fox started first, Dave Mason started 5th. Take a look. We're starting to get far enough in here where a minute or 2 or what have you could be made up by now. So let's take a moment and start checking in on some of our live tracking and see if Dave Mason is making any forward ground physically on the leaders, or he is one of the leaders, I should say. As you're taking a look at the guys heading south now. So as we are heading south, our leaders are not far off from where they're going to start meeting up with some of our safari classes. And I mentioned about the safari class yesterday. We'll talk more about it today as it goes on, so we're going to get an opportunity to hop on board with a few of them here and there. But they will be meeting up with the safari classes because they had a completely different route today than everyone else did. And now zooming in on where our leaders are. All right, now let's see here. Out in front is Brent Fox still. Listen to those buggies, that high-pitched sound right there. Back on board with Brent Fox and the number 282. Valley not far behind Brent Fox. Still keeping a pretty good distance there. So far, as we're on board with Trevor Glidden for the first time today, let's give Trevor his due, looking out the back window here. Now out the front. And again, I'm just going to let Trevor do his thing. right, so Trevor Glidden going along really well. Got another UTV coming off the line. It'll be an 8:49 a.m. I'm going to say that was Bobby Patton. Nope. So that would have been the Jim Go Fasco. That has to be, oh, that makes sense when you see the trailing arms in the front end on that. That is that 2024 Can-Am Maverick of Drew Pefferall coming off the line. All right, so now we are well into 28 vehicles on course. We have now a group of everything except for some of our vintage vehicles, but we've got a little bit of everything out there on course now. And that is going to get more and more mixed up, and I say mixed up in a good way, as we continue to head down the peninsula, as some of those vintage vehicles start moving up in the order as well, because that's going to happen. Nice shot there of another one of those speed UTVs. Is that Robbie Gordon? I believe it might be. I do no, it is not, but it is one of his speed UTVs in the all black. As we hop on board right now with Bronson Chermont. Bronson having a good run yesterday. Coming off the line in 29th. So as far as a good starting position overall, not bad at all for Bronson Chermont. It seems as though I'll say the team, they're not all together, but the team of Speed UTV has been very impressive for day one. Between Bronson, Max Gordon, Robbie Gordon, and others, they've all had quite successful days. Now, listen to that high-pitched machine right there. Going through the stadium section there. Sounding like the thing is just screwed. Today, Guy Evans and his Lumacraft two-seater pre-runner should be coming off the line right now. He'll be followed up by Todd Romano in the 41st starting spot today. And that is Todd Romano sitting on the line right now in that red, white, and blue. Very American style. I love it. Romano sideways off the line, just stomps the loud pedal. And he is doing the entire peninsula run by himself. Just out there, Iron Manning it all the way down, doing the driving and the navigating. There is one of the Can-Am Mavericks. into the stadium section here. And as we're taking a look at that, going and doing my homework here, I would have to think. So earlier on, I was looking at our tracking. As I told you, I didn't have much to say because right now, or as of about 7-8 minutes ago, I don't know how much has changed since then, we were looking at our leaders, and I'm saying the leaders, say the top 4, 5, or 6, and really there hadn't been much time gained. Well, until now. Now look at that, the 165, just as I go on, there's a big jump right there. 165 is got to be, I'm confident, I already know the answer here. It should be Dave Mason. But let me make sure before I give you false news or fake news. Yep, Dave Mason. So he is now on top of the 721 and by the 721. So he is moving forward, Dave Mason, around another car. And he is by the kilometers about 246. He's about a handful of kilometers behind the 829 right now. So we're looking at the 829 is about to start feeling some pretty heavy pressure. That is Bob Briggs. I don't know, man. Bob Briggs, he's fast. He's running really well. I don't know if he's going to be feeling that much pressure anytime soon or ever, to be honest with you. You know, I mean, you got Dave Mason Jr. behind you. That is a lot of pressure if you know it's him. But Bob Briggs is no joke. He knows what he's doing. So both Briggs and Mason are chasing after our leaders. However, we are not too far off of. Coming relatively soon, we should be, as I'm looking here, I think we're going to start running into some of our Safari competitors. We have, some Safari competitors that we are going to be all coming together here pretty soon and on a similar course. Of course, it is all set up so that our Safari drivers and competitors in these faster race vehicles are not endangering each other at all. So it is set up there, but they're going to be somewhere around the same spot at the same time soon, which will make it interesting. And we're not too far off from seeing that happen. And as I mentioned before, feel free to do your own homework here. Hop online. You know, put the NORRA TV up on your screen. Get your laptop or your phone out if you want. Go to norra.com. Check us out here. You can follow everything following on here. You can follow our timing and scoring, our live tracking. You can do it for all vehicles. And follow along and follow your favorite drivers. If you're looking to get some more information and more reports on someone that perhaps I'm not talking about at the time, you can figure a lot of it out for yourself as well with just a little bit of homework. Look at that rad vintage buggy. Getting chased down there is the first of the Triple Deuce team that we've seen today. The 222 team. And the stadium section is very busy. Here just outside of, or still within, I guess, the area of San Felipe. And we are on board. I see those red sleeves of Larry Ragland. Look at Brad pointing. Just dig, dig, dig. Let her eat, Larry. That's cool. I'm going to be quiet and just take this in. At 128 miles an hour. Wow. Amazing. So when, me personally, when I think about Baja and racing down here, and I'm not taking away from anything or anyone, so please don't take it that way. This is what I picture. Trucks like that, guys like Larry Ragland and Mark Post, Brent Bowman, Brent Fox, Mike Mason Jr. This is the type of stuff, or Dave Mason Jr. This is what I picture. Just awesome, big horsepower, huge wheel travel. A navigator that's just on his game, a driver that is fearless and just ready to rock and roll. This is NORRA's Baja. All right, I just absolutely love that stuff. And then you have another one of Baja's major superstars. And let me preface it with this as well. One of motorsports' major superstars of Robbie Gordon right here. He has traded in his unlimited truck for a life of the UTVs. Still has it, and Max Gordon's been driving it. Robbie has as well a little bit, but one of Max's projects is that trophy truck now, and him and his friends, his buddies, they're in charge of maintaining it and making it happen and running it when they have the chance. But Robbie Gordon, coming from racing off-road, and we all know him from, back in the two-wheel days, mini-cycle days, with racing with Steve Kendall and all those guys, really fast guys back then, and then getting more into the off-road as his father, Baja Bob Gordon. R.I.P. Bob. What a great man he was. And for them to get into off-road, and then Robbie getting his career through the Mickey Thompsons and having a chance to be teammates with Ivan Stewart and getting in and continuing on with the desert race and everything that he's done, and then moved into racing in NASCAR and IndyCar and winning and all of that stuff. Almost literally down the backstretch on the last lap of the Indianapolis 500 and running out of gas, just heartbreaking. He would have been an Indianapolis 500 champion as well if it wasn't for a small miscalculation in fuel years ago. And now with his Stadium Super Truck Series that went on so well around the world that I was able to travel with him doing that, and now into building his own UTVs. No longer driving other people's, no longer helping other people out. Really impressive career there. Brad Helko is in one of Robbie Gordon's speed UTVs and having a good day so far for Brad Helko. That's Helko sticking with the traditional orange and black speed colors. Looking really good. Car's running great. We were on board with Brad a lot yesterday on our way from Ensenada, San Felipe. And it just seemed like he was just running a real smooth race all day. And that seems like what he was doing today as well. I know we're early on, and I don't want to jump the gun. But if Brad Helko continues doing what he did all day yesterday and what he's doing right now, all the way in the peninsula, I find it hard to believe that he's not going to move up considerably in the order because he's running a smart race. And then when our bigger screen there, I believe that's Todd Romano. I could be incorrect, but I think that's who it is going into the stadium area. And the same goes for Todd as well. He's in there by himself, navigating and driving and running very smooth. Now, did he want to start further up than where he did around the 40 area? Don't hold me exactly to it, but that's around where he started. Sure he did. But he's a one-man show in there, and the car's running great. And Todd's one of those guys, he's in good shape mentally and physically. He's got a great team at home behind him, Carla and everyone. So he's super dialed in. All he has to do right now, he knows everybody's cheering for him, everyone's pulling for him. He just got to do his thing, and Todd Romano's going to look real good at the end of this week. All right, starting on the line now. Let's check out where we're at on time. So we are sitting at 9:04, which means we are looking at Sam Steinman. Should have maybe just hopped off the line. And going into David Lambert in his Can-Am Maverick. And I do believe, yep, there he is right there. So we're all on the same page here from the starting crew all the way up here to our studio in Ensenada. So looking good. We are all on order, and it looks like the starting order has, or let me put it this way. The kind warning that our race director, Eliseo Garcia, gave everybody in the meeting, say, be on time, and giving them that, telling them, hey, man, if you're a minute late, you're then 11 minutes penalized. 10 minutes for being late, 1 minute for your penalty. And nobody wants that. That's not a good way to start off your day. So we are looking good. Everyone's following the direction by Eliseo Garcia. See several cars getting through that stadium area there. Really cool stuff. Ford Performance bringing you a lot of the action this year. What a great new partner that is to have on board with us. With Speed UTV, Bilstein, Myers-Minks, Fab School, and of course Ford Performance being our newest partner. And how exciting is that? What a group of teams. When you're talking Bilstein, they've been around a long time in the Myers-Minks, Speed UTV, and of course Fab School. And Fab School proving how good they are with their fabbed Razor, their Pro R. Troy Johnson, I believe, behind the wheel today. And that Fab School is no joke. And I'll tell you, and I've mentioned this before, any of you that are listening right now that are a Chase team, or if you're listening at home, you have a team that's down here, make sure that your drivers and your team and your crew chiefs, everybody knows that if you have a problem and you can't fix it, especially in the fab-wise things, get to Fab School. They're waiting at the finish line every day, and they're there for the sole reason of not just getting their car to the finish. That's not number one. Number one is you guys. Fab School's biggest concern is making sure you are all fixed up and on your way. So if you have a problem that you're struggling with or you don't have the ability to do it, hit up Fab School, because they do have the ability to do it, and they're training students to do everything that's needed down here in Baja and beyond. So make sure you check in with them. And it's back on board here. This is Randy Miner. Sorry. He is in his Evolution pre-run buggy. That's that Illumicraft Grande. Nice smooth run for Randy Miner. Let's see if we can hear some of the navigating.
Just keep right, parallel road. Then left 3 to 4, right 4. Rocky incoming. Rocky. Okay, fairly straight. That 300 is a collapse on right. There's a left 4, collapse on right, so be careful. No, that wasn't it. Wasn't much, okay. And then it says collapse on right again in 200 yards. There it is, yeah, okay. We're not on that line. Okay, right 4. Right 4 again, it says keep straight, Rocky, if there's a junction. Keeps braking to the right. Keeps going right. Okay. Left 3 to 4. Into right 4, Rocky. Brakes left.
All right. At 9:09, and there we go, back with PJ Jones.
Hard right.
On board with him, running very well. PJ Jones starting in the 12th spot overall, second in class in the Evolution Pro Turbo UTV behind Max Gordon. In the 980. There we are, checking out another speed UTV. And as I'm looking right now, I'm looking to see the 980, which is now currently in front of Max Gordon. Max Gordon looks like he may be stopped in the 77. The 980 is considerably farther down course than Max Gordon is right now. So it looks as though Max is currently stopped a ways back here. We'll see if we can get some information on him, but right now his vehicle is not moving. And going off at 9:11 right now, that puts us at Butch Jensen. Should be off the line. And Chuck Sutton Jr. should be taking a green flag right now. So there is Sutton Jr. off the line, right behind, he is right behind Butch Jensen, driver record. You hear that little woohoo in the cab of that vehicle there. These guys are having a good time early on in the race. And so as I'm continuing to look here, yeah, it is just before we got to a road crossing coming out of the San Felipe area. What was our current UTV leader of Max Gordon is now stopped. PJ Jones is now our current leader, and he's right in the mix of a lot of our other faster competitors and moving up. He's doing an amazing job. On board right now with Joris Hitt. Joris Hitt, yesterday I said a couple different times, I felt as though it was running a nice solid race. Didn't seem like there's really any problems. Joris Hitt, similar so far as what we saw yesterday, just staying at a pretty good pace, being smart about it. Look at him trying to get out of the rough stuff. Looking for some smooth lines. Can't blame him for that. Looking out the front, now looking out of the back of Joris Hitt. So good run there, looking very good. And then we've got one of our other competitors. Look at that. That all-red pre-runner truck right there. That is an awesome-looking vehicle. Saw that in Tech and Contingency the other day. And I jinxed him. As he went in that turn, you saw that went in, landed kind of hard. I think it was from the jump earlier. He went full send. And now it's parked. See if we can't get a look and see what number it is. If I had better eyes, I would be the guy for the job here. But the jump just a moment ago, he went full send on it. See if we're zooming in. We're going to get a number. 775 as Sebastian talking to our drone operator and bringing him right in to help his old buddy out here who can't see very well. So the 775 is back up and running. Sam Steinman. So Sam Steinman, I don't know exactly what happened there, but I will say for that particular truck, seemed like he sent it pretty good right there. And then the next turn he stopped, but he's back up and going. Nobody even got out of the truck. Sam Steinman looking super dialed in.
Pues envío,
So still continuing on, looking good. So it looks like we got lucky there. Sam Simon's able to continue on. Back on board here. We saw these guys earlier just running nice and smooth. 9:16 right now. So Alonso Sanchez in his Truggy 2020 Evolution Pre-Run Buggy, he just left the line. A few seconds away from Dave Cole in a Ford, 1989 Ford Evolution Pre-Run Trucks. He's going to be taking off as well. All right, and now we are done with stage number 1 with Raglan and Brent Bauman making it to the finish, which means we have several other trucks there as well. So right now they've got a little bit of time to possibly switch drivers. I don't know exactly what the plan is, but they've got the driver and the navigator out of the truck. We saw a little bit of that yesterday with the Riviera team. So we are now completed with our leaders anyways, just our front runners have got their 58.80 miles done and in the record books on their way to Bay of Valais from San Felipe. 2 stages yet to go in day 2 for those guys. It says we have not yet started stage 2 at 58.40 miles will be the longest stage for today.
Thank you. Tell them that we have to get it. Can we have our crew help at pre-stage? Yeah. Can I have your time card?
So Brad Lovell
Thank you. We'll go up here and pull off now.
So right now we've got Brad Lovell. He is being a navigator. Now normally we would see him in the driver's seat. I'm going to listen here. Okay, so what is going on right here is they have some type of issue above and beyond just road book stuff. And he was talking to Eliseo Garcia. I could hear his voice, Eliseo's, and then saying, okay, thank you, Eliseo. But they have some type of problem. It doesn't seem too major. You don't see Brad too wound up there, but asking, hey, are we able to have our team, our crew, work on our vehicle in pre-staging. And Elzale says, yes, you could. Let me see your road book. Check something off on the road book and says, yeah, go ahead, get to work. And so I don't know what exactly it is there. We'll see if we can find out what was going on, as I know we've got some people that are at the start line area here that are listening in on the live stream. So if you want to chime in and let me know there, that would be helpful. And meanwhile, we're going to continue on out in the desert. Now we're back on board here.
Bits, and I saw other tracks all over doing the same. Ready to fire? Yep.
So we're ready to go, and it sounds like it is still Larry and Brent Bowman ready to go in that truck. So they got out, stretched their legs for a minute, and I heard them ready to go. Brent says, are you ready to fire? Larry says, yep. Yes, I am. So the number 3 Riviera team ready to rock and roll again in that amazing, amazing truck and that unlimited vehicle. And that is not, that truck and that team is not where a star is born. That is where the stars live of off-road racing. And so Mark Post, Larry Ragland, Robbie Gordon being in it, I believe, in 2 days from now. And now we are back on board with another one of our competitors on our way down to Bay of LA. This is Max Gordon up and running again. That is good to see. So maybe that was a quick one. Not sure what the problem was. I do know that Max and his co-driver can change a belt in only a few minutes. By the distance that PJ Jones was in front of Max Gordon, I think it took longer than that. But again, as I've said yesterday, I'm just speculating. But I do know how long it takes to change certain parts on these UTVs. I've been in them, I'm familiar with them, and I know how good Max and the things are with it. Look at this line. Nobody else has used this yet. So Max Gordon still on stage 1. The Mark Post truck, driven by Larry Ragland right now, getting prepared to head down to the starting line of stage 2. Max Gordon doing everything he can to make up some time here. And see where Max is. He's gotten past the highway section. He's now back on the gas again. He, however, has a ways to go until he catches up with, and I'm looking right now, some of our other UTV competitors. His main thing is right now he needs to get back up to where PJ Jones was in the 980. Just had a pass in the stadium section there. And I will say, by the vehicle that made that pass, this is early on, so you're starting a minute behind each other off the line. The stadium section is pretty early on in stage 1 of day 2 here, leaving San Felipe. You're still technically in San Felipe right now in this section, as the dust is pretty severe in that section. But whomever that competitor was, and it's too dusty to really tell at this time to see exactly. I mean, they can barely see who's right next to him, never mind us here in the studio. But my point is that that competitor is moving out today, like really on the gas, to make up that minute's time in such a short period of time and get around that competitor physically like that, and as quickly as they did. That's an impressive run. So now we are looking at both Max Gordon in the 77 and Brad Halko, 2 speed UTVs, both getting it done. One in the 77, one in the 1103. And taking a look, these guys are in 2 different sections of the course. look at the train. It looks the same, but if you really pay attention, it's completely different. Max is really in a rough section. Helco is in a smoother area right now. Helco, I believe, and I'm working on finding out exactly where they are on the tracker. Helco still behind Max Gordon. So this rough section yet to come for Helco. Now it looks like the dust up in front of Max. He's chasing down someone's dust as he's doing that. I'm watching him on the tracker as well. So I believe it is, I don't believe, I know, it's the 1012 that is up ahead of him. And that 1012 is piloted by Hiram Duran. He is in a pre-run buggy. And that is the vehicle that is in front of him. So not by class, but by overall. And so he needs to get around him because Max Gordon is here for an overall. So that dust off in the distance a little bit yet, but he's still got his eye set on him. And then there is one of our vintage buggies. I believe that's an 89. So we are right now about 1,000 meters. Max Gordon is behind the next vehicle in front of him in the 1012. So he's closing in on him quite rapidly, it seems like. Then after that, the next competitor would be the 995, which is almost to the highway on Highway 5 via the 995. So he's going to get on the highway before Max even gets close to catching him. And that 995 is none other than Randy Miner in his Illumicraft. So right now we are on board with the Mark Post team, and that is driven by currently Larry Ragland, and then there's Dave Mason Jr. in the 165. This is what's called a transit stage. Okay, and what the transit is, whether it's and it happens in any form of proper rally racing here in NORRA. Thank you very much. They're getting that taken care of for us, Brent Bowman, getting the camera rocket ready to go. The transit stage is where they do just that. They transit from one part of the racetrack to the next. So on this portion, they're allowed to have their vehicle worked on. They only have a certain amount of time before they have to get to their start next time out there. And this is not a timed portion of the course. Okay, their only timed portion of what matters is when they're on the actual race course. So when they take a green flag to when they get to a checkered flag on each section. So right here you saw them, they finished stage 1 of day 2. Then they had the opportunity to work on a vehicle, get out of the car. But now they got that everything all dialed in. Now they're back in the car. They're on the transit to the start line of stage number 2. And they should be very shortly getting back on track again, and these guys will be off and running again. So transits have to be done safely. There's other vehicles. It's a public road, and you have to be done safely. There are rules to be followed, and those are the rules of the road, is what's to be followed. And then they're going to get back into racing again as we are on board going down a public highway. That's Highway 5 with Dave Mason. All right, so continuing on here, I'm going to look exactly where we're at with our leaders. So We have right now, it looks to me, we have 3 vehicles that are currently underway and racing again on stage 2. And those vehicles are as follows. That's the 7667 is the lead car. First bug on the course now, going by. All right, so we're the 207. Matt Cullen. Is this correct? It seems off to me. Hold on here, folks. There, this makes more sense. Okay, we have, now I'm looking, we now have also competitors that are well into racing with our Safari competitors on course as well. So that certainly makes it interesting, to say the least. The 282 out in front still. Once again, that's physically. The 282 in the Evolution looks like it's Kevin Miller. Everyone else is a Safari, and there are a lot of them, so they'll be navigating around one another there. Behind Kevin Miller is the 72 of Scott Bailey. So those guys are your lead guys on course right now as far as being on stage 2. The 829 of Bob Briggs. And back on board with Trey Hernquist. All right, so Trey Hernquist looking good. So it seems to me we have a pretty long, wow, look at that right now. The suspension on the outside rear there, the right rear, look at that suspension bottomed right out in the 3969, using every bit of travel that thing has right there. Wow. Yeah, that's actually, it's not using all the travel. Looks like now that the camera's up and moving again, looks like the rear right is gone. Yeah, so he is, he's going to have to make some type of repairs there as we now are back on board again with one of our Speed UTVs. And you see him navigating, a little bit of pointing, a lot of bit of talking. Trey Hernquist. Really letting her eat out there this morning, Trey. All right, so as we are now pulling away from there, looking at a good shot back in the stadium area here, I am looking through our tracking system. And we have what seems like a pretty long transit section. A lot of vehicles are currently in that transit section right now before they get back to racing again. So a fairly long transit for these guys before they get back up and going. As we see some of our leaders here, they have a ways to go. And keep in mind, folks, the way it works here, and I know I've said this before, I'm going to continue to say it, especially for those of you at home that don't always follow NORRA or rally racing. The way it works, this is done by time. All right, so just because someone is physically ahead of the next, whether it be in a certain stage or for that day across the line or what have you, doesn't mean that they won for the day. It is all done by times. As we saw yesterday, was a perfect example, actually, with the Larry Ragland and Mark Post team. Those guys, they looked like, because they were kilometers ahead, like they just whooped everybody. And that's to the point where it was hard to imagine, unless there's penalties or something, and there was not any penalties. It's hard to imagine how they could be anything other than in first place. But once it's over and done with, figured out that, they ended up were not being the fastest car out there and started back a little bit in the starting order, a couple positions. So for today, same similar deal. Taken off the line, we know our lead car being Brent Fox, and we were just on board with him during the transit. We've still got Brent Fox, Scott Bally, Bob Briggs, Dave Mason. We know he's still in the mix. Both all these guys, and they're just in transit, and it's a long transit today. To get from basically stage one doesn't bring you all that far outside of San Felipe in reality. And then once you get out of there, it's a long transit down until we get into racing for stage number 2. And as we're on board right here with Larry Ragland and Brent Bowman, they are making their way down. So they've got a ways to go yet. And then we see they were not in a big hurry to get off the line or get back into Turk again. So we've also got, Brent Fox and others that are quite a ways up in front of them. Dave Mason Jr. as well. So we'll have several other vehicles that should be on course long before they are. Listen to that little thing screaming. All right, so still a lot of vehicles yet to get on the race course. A lot of fast vehicles out there right now. We've seen already a few struggles for a couple vehicles. We saw one of our 4-seater pre-runners stopped in the stadium area for a little bit. They got up and going again. Max Gordon had a bit of a struggle, got that fixed. Now he's up running like a champ. We saw earlier on, only a couple minutes ago, suspension on the right rear of a car completely shot. And so that is Baja for you. And I think, I don't remember who it was, one of our competitors yesterday put it perfectly, said, you're not even racing against one another. You're racing against the desert. Because that's what gets you I know we saw it once yesterday, but very seldomly is it another competitor that ruins your day. It's the desert that ruins your day. Just about every time. So still more competitors getting through the stadium section. And another one coming off the line. We haven't talked about that in a bit. That is, I believe, one of the Broncos. I'll tell you exactly who it is right now. And we are looking at 9:39. So an hour and 49 minutes into the deal here. So 9:39 off the line. That's a 1979 Ford Bronco. That is Brandon Hearn. Tom Allen behind him. We followed him a bit yesterday. And then Rick Hurricane Johnson. There we go. We got one pulled off again, as I was just talking about some competitors having some struggles. We got that. I think that was Helco. Don't hold me to it. Helco or Hernquist. One of the two in that Speed UTV. And then there's another competitor parked behind the bush here, behind the pole, that is a race vehicle. And they are shut down off to a smart place to park, out of the way of everything, so they can work on the vehicle and not worry about what's going on around them. But they are definitely having some issues with their vehicle. And now we're looking down on another one of the pre-runner style vintage vehicles here. Trying to take a look and see just who it is. It's getting a little soft and silty in there now. I mean, and it always is in the 76. It always is around San Felipe. It's not a lot of hard pack right in there. And a lot of it has to do with it. This is my opinion. It's this gets a little windy, you know, so it's blowing the stuff around. It keeps it soft, some of it soft. And these trails are used all the time by the locals and everything down there. So this is something that's not a matter of, oh, no one's been out here in a long time. They're always out there. Back on board with Brad Helco. Brad continuing to just run a nice, smooth race. And I'm just going to sit back and let him do his thing. Looking good, but I tell you what's also looking really good out here, and I talked to you about the way Baja looks. Look at that. Just beautiful. Just outside of San Felipe. So there's a lot of good stuff going on for Helco, but a lot of beauty, a lot of amazing stuff here. But I'll tell you, when you look at that, beautiful it is, the landscape, and then you get back to the beast. So there's the beauty of Baja, but then there's the beast of racing in Baja. And here's a perfect example of the 88 that is now parked, having a hard time. The 88 right there, oh boy, Donald Mankey. That's upsetting to hear. Donald, great dude. He does a lot of Bajas. He's been doing this at least as long as I have, if not longer. And now he is parked But if anybody knows, Donald Mankey knows, it doesn't always go great for you every day down here at NORRA's Baja. And he, I guarantee, is going to work diligently to get that fixed. There is the 1333. It was parked behind the bush there. So the 1333, let me see if I can tell you who that is. I believe it is one of our Mexican teams. So they're wrenching on it right now. That is a 2024 Polaris Razor. Driver record is Danny Jadresco. So it looked like maybe it was just a flat. So they're getting that taken care of. So, possibly, you know what? It is very possible that I'm sitting here thinking, and I've got some great people in my ear helping me, assisting me with some of the information that's going on here. They may have to pull the spare out just to get to their tools. Otherwise, they'd probably be running by now already. And they don't seem to be in a massive hurry, which kind of also tells me it's not just a flat tire. So, rough day for those guys early on in the start. As we're continuing on. And then we see right now here, that buggy working quite well. Getting through, having a better day. Some of them really struggling, some of them not. As we are now looking pretty good here. We've got a lot of competitors that are now made their way, our front runners, down the peninsula as well. So we're going to be up and running in stage number 2 in a little while. As we're now on board with Trevor Glidden in the 811. Glidden with a view on the front and the rear. Looking at out the front and out the back of Trevor Glidden. Very cool stuff. And as I've been doing, I'm just going to let Trevor eat right here. We're going to let you listen to it. Take it all in. Trevor Glidden. There is another one of our V-dubs. Another one just coming off the line here. Let's take a look and see. We are now getting not far off the top of the hour at 9:49 a.m. here. And at being 9:49, that would be Julie Boyer off the line by herself again in her vintage class half 1600. Julie Boyer is a very impressive woman doing the driving duties and mechanical duties, everything all on her own. Really making it happen there. So Julie Boyer, very, very impressive. here we are with Glenn Kirby in a 7069 production turbo UTV. It's the Evolution class. So as we are looking at Kirby and others here, and I had mentioned earlier that it is a long transit from end of stage 1 to the beginning of stage 2. Stage 2 has still not started yet, and I'm talking about our leaders, which they're out there a ways. We still got a lot of vehicles that are on the line here, starting off in San Felipe yet. But we also have quite a few competitors way down that have finished stage 1. They've already covered their first 51.80 miles, and then some due to the long transit. And about to start, I would think, just about any time now, they should be getting ready to start off with their stage 2. We're at 58.40 miles. That's the longest stage of today. The shortest stage of today will be, at the end of the day, the last and final, the third stage. That'll be 48.90 miles. We'll call that 49 miles for right now. So we are waiting to get stage 2 going. And look at that. I think it was at that Jeep that we were talking about yesterday. It's hard to say, but our drone shot guys here, he blows that one high, wide on the outside, slowing it way down, almost got high centered. Definitely lost a little bit of time right there, a couple of seconds to say the least. Our drone pilot trying to get down in there and do his job for me. As soon as we get it, we'll see here. As we are back on here with Tom Allen. Tom Allen not far off the start. And that is who we were following through the stadium section there. So we're able to get on board with the 414 with Tom Allen. Really awesome vehicle. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm not a big Jeep guy. I'm honestly, and I'm not just saying this, I'm a Ford guy, always have been. But that Jeep is really trick. Super cool looking vehicle. A lot of time, effort, blood, sweat, and tears went into building this vehicle. And I think it's awesome. Very, very awesome thing. Still digging along here. About ready to see Victor Bolton off the line in a moment. That'll be followed up by James Saunders in his Polaris. Chris Sullivan in a Ford F-100. He's hitting the line off the line at 9:56. Be followed up by Brock Helper, Seth Gazalowski, and rounding us out, bringing us into the end of the hour, will be Christopher Boyle. Mac Johnson will be starting at 10 o'clock. Still on board with Tom Allen and his Jeep. We saw him get a little over the berm in the stadium section just a few moments ago. I'm just going to take a second here and just let you listen in to the difference of this Jeep vehicle compared to some of the vehicles we listened to earlier. Certainly do appreciate that. You see the co-driver of Tom Allen. dusting off the camera for us, letting us make sure that we have the proper shot. So much appreciated as we're on board here with the 414, heading down south of the peninsula. We just left San Felipe just a little while ago. Some of our front runners left a while back. It is now at 9:55, which means the first car went off the line an hour and 55 minutes ago. We're roughly 2 hours into day number 2, stage 1 of the 2025 NORRA Baja. There's another UTV coming through there, and we have all the classes pretty much out on the line. Almost only a handful left to go of some of our vintage vehicles. Our leaders are going to be coming in conjunction with our safari class here in a little bit, as Eliseo Garcia, our race director, has everything just timed perfectly as our leaders came in to meet with the safari classes that are running a different schedule than everyone else is. They're meeting kind of on the highway where everyone's safe, everyone's perfect, and his timing is impeccable. So as we are moving on here, looking very good, 2 hours into it. If you're just getting involved right now for the day, this is the 2025 NORRA Baja. Day number 2, I'm Sean Cermony. Pam Hall is on her way. She was at the starting line earlier today. She is on her way to the finish line. And when she gets down there, hopefully she'll be getting to Bay of Alay before our leaders, or as soon as possible, and we'll be kicking it down to her as much as possible, and just getting some words from all these competitors and seeing just how their day's going. There's that Yamaha. I'm not sure if it's just him or if there's more, but that's the only Yamaha that I saw all day yesterday out there. And he is just off the line. We just talked about that a moment ago at 9:57. So Brock Harper off the line. I'm curious, we saw a team with the same, and there is more than one vehicle that looks, UTV vehicle that has that color scheme right there, or that livery. And one of them was the ones that we saw working on it earlier behind the telephone pole, behind the bush there. I'm curious if that's them or if they're up and running yet, or if that's a teammate or what have you. As here is another one of our UTVs coming right at us. That's a fun shot right there. Nice and smooth, not so rough. So that is one of the older turbo razors. That is a 4-seater. And right now, we're getting to the point where starting to get, other than on the start line where they're a minute apart, every once and again they're 30 seconds apart. Not very often. It seems as though, and I feel relatively confident saying this, that everyone has done a pretty darn good job being there 30 minutes ahead of time. It's super important. You're going to get a wicked penalty of a minimum of 10 minutes right off the bat. Or I guess it's going to be a minimum of 11 minutes, because if you're a minute late, you're already going to be penalized by that minute on top of the 10. So not too many 30-second distances in between starts. As we see one of the older vintage models here. We saw him earlier on in that 935. Looking good. It's a great old vintage vehicle. As we are now back at the starting line here. And we have the majority of them out on course right now. As we are cruising along. We have still, I don't believe we have gotten to the start of stage 2. So with no further ado, as we're continuing on here, folks, stay tuned. We're staying live right to the end until we cannot give you any more footage, or 5 o'clock, whatever ends up coming first. When we get close to Bay of LA, it's a bit of a struggle here, but with Starlink being on board this year, we're going to give you, as you know, and as we prove it to you, a lot more coverage than we ever have in the past. So we're going to be going all day long, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. I'm Sean Cermony, and we're going to be back with you after these messages.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Back at it again here. Waiting on, or I'm waiting on, stage 2 to get started. As I have said a couple times, it is a long transit from the end of stage 1. And I'm taking a look. I see we have a lot of safaris have made it on down into stage 2. Still have competitors on. Course, heading to the beginning of stage 2. We're back in here with Max Gordon into transit. And you hear Max on and off the gas a little bit there. What it is the belt-driven vehicles, which is all of the UTVs other than, I believe, the Yamaha. And instead of just wearing out one section of the belt, he's kind of on and off, on and off. Making his way down this long transit area. Now we're looking at, right now, back to the line, starting off with one of the Porsches. Coming off the line. Heavy on the gas real quick. Those Porsches got a lot of power. They're going to be happy to get out of the San Felipe area and head down where things get a little bit smoother for them. As you see right there, just off the start, those whoops are not that gnarly, but yet that Porsche really taking a beating. It's a long day coming into San Felipe, and it's going to be a long day getting out. They're going to be happy to make their way further on down the peninsula here. Now we're with Todd Romano. Must be having some problems. He's off course, helmet off. Yeah, it sounds, the engine sounds unhappy right now. Don't know exactly what the problem is there, but he is nursing it to somewhere where he can get some proper assistance. So that's going to make for a longer day, as if it's not long enough for him by himself. So Todd Romano, helmet off, just driving slow, creeping through the desert, with that machine not sounding overly excited to be there right now. But we do know we have an amazing team of technicians behind this team to help them out. Now I'm still looking right now. Looks like we should be not far off of getting underway with some racing here, as we have several cars that are on the start line of stage 2. So they are getting prepared to start that second stage of 58.40 miles. Tom Allen. Oh boy, it's rubbing off on everybody. We're having some problems with several vehicles out there right now. The 414 of Tom Allen. I'm just going to listen and see if we can figure out what's going on. It sounds like they may be looking at temps and gauges. I can hear a UTV going by them. Not getting much more information out of them. I'll just get the belts off. So it looks like he's going to have to hop out of the car, out of that beautiful Jeep. Try to figure out exactly what's going on there. So not the day Tom Allen wanted. Meanwhile, back on course, a lot of great competitors still having a good day, but this is what NORRA's Baja is all about. So it's not a matter of coming down and just racing a little at a time. Your car gets beat up every day, and then things get more and more difficult as you move on. We will see as we get down towards the last and final finish, we'll have fewer and fewer competitors on course just because, it is difficult. It's not to come out here to say, I'm going to go out there and win that race. You're out of your mind. You all have to have that mindset, but you've got to come down. You've got to beat the desert first. And you've got to do it you need a lot of luck. You have to have a good maintenance plan, and you have to have a good logistical plan behind you as far as your team and your crew goes. But there's an awful lot of things that go into just making it all the way down to Cabo, never mind winning it. So here we are. Cool shot out of the front and the back again. We've been following these guys. Joris hit on and off both yesterday and today. Joris hit, I feel as though they've been running pretty smooth yesterday and so far as well today.
One, hit it, baby.
And here we got these guys. We were following them a lot yesterday. I love their navigating style.
Keep straight. Keep straight.
And I'm just going to be quiet again for a minute because I love listening to their navigation.
Turn here. Light right. No, keep going. Straight, straight, straight. Straight, straight, straight.
So they just got off the start, which tells me being
right
at
10-12.
feet.
Right 300 hertz.
So they are Jeremy Frazee, Blake Wilkie
Sweeping
right in
left.
front of them.
Stay left. There you go. There you go. You're on. Straight, straight, straight. Will you turn my helmet up a little bit and count to 10? How's that? How's that? Better, right, better. Right. More right here? Nope. Am I on it? We're off, but you're hitting it now. Okay. You're right there. Go over that jump. Up this jump? Yes, go over the jump. Okay. All right. Through the tunnel. Yep, through the tunnel. Okay. Yep, veering right. Veering right, perfect. Okay, sweep left. Sweep left. More left. More left here? Yep. Stay left. Okay, right. Keep straight. Straight, veering left. Veering left. You're on. Got it, thank you. Great calls, dude. That place is confusing. Yeah, it is. All right, straight, straight, straight. Remember that 1 year that was that dude?
All right, so these guys here, a lot of communication. Yesterday, I really enjoyed listening to them. Same thing today. It's kind of funny, though. And, this is just me. It's easy for me to sit here in the studio and talk like this. But for those guys, yesterday, once they got out on track a little bit, a few kilometers in, they had really calmed down, and their calls were right on the money. Right now, they're just off the line again. Probably a little bit nerved up again, as you would imagine, after just having a night to sleep, relax, kind of figure things out. And then especially if you don't know the area at all, and nobody knows exactly how the course is set here, very confusing getting out underneath that bridge, through that tunnel, and up around. Very confusing. They didn't have the volumes on their helmets right. They had to make some changes. You can see the hecticness in their voice a little bit. And so, that is going to mellow out. I guarantee we get back to them a little farther down the race course here, and I bet you're going to be a little mellowed out, and I bet you even more once we get out of the whoops. Yesterday, coming into San Felipe, we caught up with them, and you could hear them, their voices were tired. You could tell they're having enough of the whoops. And every time they're getting in there, they're saying, oh, my gosh, oh, my cow. Well, they got to go through some oh, my goshes and oh, my cows on the way out of here as well to get out of San Felipe, and then it's going to mellow out, and those boys are going to be a lot happier. But I will say again, and I'll continue on as we do it, I love their navigation. Their navigator is really on it, and I love how, and we're back on board with the Freezy right now, I love how the driver then repeats a lot of the big calls. Once they get out and going, the little ones, you'll listen to them. The navigator will be telling them what's up. The driver will just do it. But once they get into some big calls, some danger calls, things like that, the driver's always hitting them back with a copy, got it, correct, or say it, or will repeat it again. And I love hearing that from them. I think their navigation is really good in between the two of them. So now back on board with, I believe, just by looking at the clothing of the driver's suit, I thought that was Trey Hernquist in the 2950 Speed UTV. We are getting ready to start the special number 2, super special number 2, momentarily here. We've got our drone high in the sky, into wash, ready to get that action for us. And I look down at a group of vehicles there, ready to rock and roll. And when I do that, wow, so we're sitting there on the number 3, the 165, the 721. The 3. Okay, so a little bit of trouble getting underway and getting started down there. The first truck had missed the wash twice, so now we're up and running. We're on board with our race leader physically, and I'm always only talking physically. I do not have the times. But we're back on board with Brent Fox. He started first. He's still physically first. Missed the turn twice down here getting into the wash. So he had some struggles navigation-wise. Just getting down in there and getting that information to me was absolutely key. So thank you so much, Super Valve. So on board with Brent Fox. Starting this stage of 58.540 miles long, the longest of the 3 stages today. So Brent Fox looking good, starting off. And now here's the thing about being in the lead is, yeah, you've got no dust, you've got open air, all that's good. However, you know, you're the first ones out there. You're not following any, there's no tire tracks, there's no nothing. It's just you and your navigator and your truck. And it sounds awesome. Right now it looks even better, but that's a difficult difficult way to handle it. You know, you're the first ones out there. If you're starting and beyond, you know, there's a lot of tracks in the dirt, you know, a lot of different things, and it'll help you a little bit. First ones out there, that certainly makes it very difficult. So on course right now is our leaders. We're looking at the 165 as well. Bunch of them. We got one competitor pulled over right off the edge of the track. The 866. So the 866 right there, that is Chris Sullivan in his Pioneer 1966 Ford F100. Just pulled off to the side there. And here is the 759, I do believe. 759 going through the stadium area in that awesome Toyota vehicle. That is in the Challenger trucks. That is Travis Dupe-Temple in his 87 Toyota pickup. Getting a little crossed up there. But I mean, how rad is that? That makes me think of the, the Mickey Thompson days when I look at that. And here is the second of what I believe is the 2 Porsches off the line. Let's see if he handles these whoops a little bit better than his partner did. Not bad. He probably saw his buddy go off the line and said, holy cow, it looked like a PBR bull riding contest right there as he went through there. And both those Porsches, they just are hoping to get out of San Felipe safely, get where things smooth out a little bit. And as I said in the past, once those cars get out to some of the flatter areas, faster areas, that's where they really start to shine. Here we are with that Toyota 1987. Really rad vehicle. And that was a top dog in its day. You know, and that in its day was some time ago, well over 30 years ago. So looking good. That's awfully fun. And I'm a big fan. So you guys know what I like and what I don't like. You listen to me all day long for years now. But of course, I'm a UTV fan. I'm without a doubt a fan of our unlimited trucks. I just think it's awesome. But what I really love is not the super duper vintage, but the ones that I remember growing up watching as well. And so trucks like this, when I was a little kid, watching Mickey's and watching some off-road, whatever I could get off-road on TV, obviously before the days of the interweb, whatever I could get from off-road racing, whether it be in a stadium, whether it be at the Pontiac Superdome, or whether it be down here in Baja or whatever, I could get on TV in New England, which was not easy to do. I loved it. And when I see those trucks like this 87 Toyota, for me, that brings me back to the day. You know, and I absolutely think that it's so cool for me. Puts a smile on my face, I can tell you that. Right now, coming at us. We'll see what number that is. I thought, and I kind of missed it, I thought it was a Safari, and I thought it was awfully weird that they would be here. And we're back on the starting line. John the Hoff. Getting ready to go. John having what I thought was a pretty good run yesterday, but must have had some problems somewhere along the lines that I wasn't able to pick up on. I know that they were very smart in the way they handled their day yesterday. They started their day off a little slower on course, and when anyone was behind them with a push to pass, they had no problem getting out of the way quickly. And I can really appreciate the professionalism that they brought to the race as far as safety goes, because there's nothing more important than safety at Norris Baja. And these guys didn't mess around when it came to that. So I know at some point today, there he goes. So we got Cerrone driving it now. Donald Cerrone, Cowboy Cerrone. And so Cowboy Cerrone, you may know him not as the off-road racer, and he is an off-road racer, driving trophy trucks, racing UTVs, a big fan of off-road, but you probably know him, and if you don't, you should, as a future Hall of Famer from the UFC, multi-time UFC champion, and all-around really good guy. And on top of it, all-around really bad man in the race car, whether it be a trophy truck, a UTV, or in the octagon. He is a winner, and he's a bad man and one to be reckoned with. And I'll tell you right now, he's a heck of a guy. Really good dude, and to have someone like Cowboy Cerrone in our off-road family is a blessing to all of us, without a doubt. He's just a good guy and a great guy to have around. And he is now on board and making that thing work. I know yesterday the team at some spots were a little slower than some of the other cars, but the way they handled it was great, and they kept the car together and in good shape. I'm not sure who his navigator is. but it looks like it might be a long day where the Navigator is right now. Spent a lot of time hanging on to his helmet, trying to just get comfortable. Might not have a lot of experience in a vehicle navigating, and you know Cowboy is not going to mess around. Whoa, look at the whoops. Starting to eat up that Porsche right there. The struggle was real right off the bat right there. And the 969 Porsche, do it, look at him going way to the inside. He's like, I have to get out of these whoops. I am not smiling right now. This is not good. I've had better days. So right now that is, oh boy, the 969 Serifican Oxkin. Oh man, I am sorry about that, sir. Well, I will try to get that locked in a little bit better for you. Serifican Oxkin, I do believe is what the name is. And he just got passed by a bug going through that section right there, Volkswagen bug. So everyone, if you got a pen and a paper, write that down. We just had a VW bug pass a Porsche. I don't know if you've ever had that happen before. The good news is, though, I do believe it was Shreddy himself, Shreddy and Ready, Mr. Blake Wilkie. So if there's going to be someone in a VW bug and they're going to be on the gas and they're going to pass you while you're in a Porsche, just be happy there was Blake Wilkie. All right, so still continuing on, watching this Porsche right here. A bit of a struggle for him, without a doubt. Early on, is now we switch over to, I believe that was, I couldn't tell if that was that Bronco or if that was that red Jeep that maybe got fixed up again. Oh, look at the Porsche. Trying to find somewhere smooth, but it's so grooved and rutted that he wasn't able to get out of the race lane, even though he was trying to. He was trying quite diligently, going to the inside there. He's trying to straddle the race lane a bit and get out of that stuff, which I don't blame him. There he is. He got up, out. It's key to him to get out of that really rough stuff. Now, right now, it looks like he's kind of creeping a little bit. Maybe he's just trying to get out of the race lane due to an issue. Creeping to a halt. So the 969, now he's up and going again, maybe making some adjustments. Up and running again. And there is, I could be wrong, I think that might be Julie Boyer. Off from a distance, I couldn't really see a number or the graphics on the car, but I think that may have been Julia Boyer there. As now we see a nice shot of them coming directly at us. We'll get a number here on that in a little bit. And then off on the race course in special stage number 2. We got our leaders, 721. All these guys on the gas here. So 829 out in the lead still, 721. Behind them, the 56. So all of our fast competitors, as expected, they are getting underway in special stage number 2, as a lot of our competitors that may have had a bit of a struggle yesterday are just still getting off the line in special stage number 1. Leaving San Felipe on their way down to Bay of LA. A lot of dust right there. You look how difficult it is just to see what's going on sitting from your homes and sitting from here in the studio. Imagine being in that physically. And there's a beautiful shot right there of the desert here in Baja. And I know I keep saying it, but how beautiful it is, and it really, really is. And there is one of our teams set up, one of our production teams. All right, and how about a big shout out to all of our production teams and Video Arcade, everyone that is involved with getting the NORRA TV out there. Really impressive stuff for everyone. Of course, Starlink involved. So that is just one of many teams that we have out there getting up very, very early in the morning, long before the sun comes up, traveling down, trying to leapfrog each other the best that they can and get the footage, getting set up, torn down. Stuff from us down at the finish line. And then, of course, when you have a production team like that bringing you all the action, you throw the cherry on top by having such an amazing announcer in the studio all day long. I tell you, that guy, he's a heck of a guy, that Sean fella, and it's a great team. As we see some of our vintage buggies making their way off the line and heading into the desert for the first time this morning with our leaders of the race. Our top few are off and running in special stage number 2. On board with Cowboy Cerrone, making a name for himself in off-road after he's already made a massive name for himself in the octagon. As we see an amazing shot right there. Then we get into another one of our older vintage vehicles. We see him kind of high-sided there a little bit on the berm. Having to bring it back down in there. It is silty and rough. And then check out this bad boy coming at us right here. One of our older vintage vehicles there as well. And I love that stuff. I'm a big fan of all of those vehicles. Now, I'm taking a look here, and I urge you to do the same. Those of you at home, if you hop online to our NORRA website and follow along, you're looking at all the same information that I am as well. And you can go to our tracker and see where a lot of the top competitors currently are. Right now, we are looking at Brent Fox still out front, the 280. Meters behind him. So closing in on him a little bit there. In the 72 is Scott Bailey, and he is in his Evolution Unlimited truck, and he is keeping our leader very honest today, to say the least. Then we get into the 829 of Bo Briggs, who's been putting in an amazing performance. And there is so Starstream getting you all the information here. Really cool stuff. As we are going to be hopping down into special stage number 2 momentarily, where our leaders are. And as I'm doing my homework on them, we are looking to 165 as well is in the mix. So all of our top guys in the lead are now, and then the 56 to 721, these, you know who these are, Mark Poster, Larry Ragler, I should say, in the 3. So the who's who in the top dogs are all back on it again and dropping the absolute hammer. All right, so very impressive to see our leaders so far ahead of everyone else right now. Long transit for these guys. I know we got Mad Max Gordon. He's making his way down here. I'm going to dip back early to the end of special stage 1. So we just see just where we're at. I see Robbie Gordon is in transit now as well, which should put we have a lot of competitors sitting on the line in preparation for taking off in special stage. And now we're back on board with the Riviera team. Yes, I see that now. Suits, color sleeves. So I have to believe that Mark Post is in the vehicle now. We know that Larry Ragland had the red fire suit on, and he drove it down to the beginning of special stage 2. I do believe it is Mark Post on board right now and dropping the hammer. I tell you, I just love just listening to these trucks just do their thing. Look at this, a long straight, but it's not easy going. There's some big ups and downs, some huge G outs here. Wow. It's not all about just being wide open all the time in these trucks. You'll never finish a race. You gotta be smart, pay attention to the terrain around you, and you gotta have a great navigator with you, as is Brett Bowman. So it looks like we are now about 7 cars into the sand wash at special stage 2. Chip Griffith has made his way into the sand wash. And Reese Millen is now on board of that vehicle. I just want to see what car number Reese Millen is. That would make sense. I was wondering where Reese Millen was. I think he is the 7667. As now we are doing a combo back on board. And it looks like right now we're on board with a couple of our leaders. So we have Fox on the left, Post on the right. Both these guys not too far off. They're in different parts of terrain, but not too far off. Fox on your left is our lead car on course, our lead truck on course. On your right is Mark Post in the Riviera team. He's a few clicks back. Both of them racing for the win here, not just for the stage win, not just for day 2 win, but for the overall. A lot of racing yet to go. And then let's not forget, so we have Fox and Post is in there. We've got Dave Mason Jr. is down in the mix as well in special stage 2. We've got Bally's in there. We've got a lot of fast competitors, and now Zach Langley and the Cops team just less than 60 seconds ago also dropped down into the wash. So right now, as far as NORRA's go, the who's who that is here is all kind of wrapped up together there. And then that's just talking about the bigger vehicles, like physically bigger vehicles. But also the who's who that's going to be dropping down in that wash here very, very soon is you've got now Max Gordon's there to UTV. PJ Jones is in front of him. PJ Jones should be, once again, I don't know by the times, but I would have to imagine PJ Jones is going to be hopping down in the wash as the lead UTV very soon. So is the Fab School UTV Class 10 vehicle. They're going to be getting in there, and they are also racing for an overall with everyone. That's their goal. So we've got now everywhere from some of our limited classes to our heavy metals to our UTVs to our Class 10s all amongst one another. And right now, hopping in the wash is Cowbell Racing, dropping down into the wash as well. Mike Honcho getting into the mix. So he is running up front. He's having himself a great NORRA, which is very exciting. Really awesome group, great family there. They're a lot of fun. And so we've got numerous different classes that are already racing up front with one another only on day 2, going into special stage number 2 of the second day. This is actually starting to unfold pretty quickly, this NORRA. A little bit faster, not saying necessarily by days, but by a stage or two quicker than it normally does for the 1,000, which is now, we're 1,300 plus miles. But normally, and I'm going to continue to say this, I'm trying to hold back until we get to the end. I always say the cream rises to the top, but right now, that cream's coming up quicker. And it's a matter of now the more of these faster competitors in multiple classes that are all having an opportunity to win an overall, all coming together as one. To me, that makes it like it's kind of nerve-wracking, because then that means if everything goes well for these guys today, right, and we get down to the finish line at Bay of LA, and now we've got unlimited trucks, we've got some of our heavies, we've got some of the UTVs, we've got some of the vintage, all these different types of vehicles that can all win this race with all talented drivers behind the wheel. And then we still have this is only day 2. We still have another 4 days of that. That means that we have 4 days of just hardcore, unbelievably talented front runners right on top of one another, when a lot of this doesn't unfold for maybe a day later. So we're going to have that much more tight racing all the way down to the end of the peninsula if all goes well for us. And so far, it's all unfolding just the way we'd hoped it would. On board with Dave Mason here. And Dave Mason Jr. is hauling the mail right now. I'm talking U.S. Postal Service. He is on the gas. And now slowing it down, getting on the binders. I tell you, a couple hundred yards ago, or a couple hundred meters ago, he had that thing just clipping along, really on the gas. And it looks like we believe this is a shot off in the distance of our leader, physical leader, of Brent Fox. And that's a cool shot to show you a little bit more. So we've given you a lot of in-cars, which is great, different things. But this is a great shot of them off in the distance, going underneath Highway 5. Brent Fox in the 282. Drops down into another wash there. But I'm super impressed with the Starstream team and all of our team here from NORRA TV and the footage we're giving you. We're giving you the in-car camera right now, plus the footage of the exact same car that we're in off into the distance. Rad. All right, really great stuff there. Now he hopped on into another transit. My boy Sebastian talking to the team down there, getting different camera angles up there so that our studio gets what they need. Great stuff. And then we go back considerably backwards on the course to one of our Porsche competitors that is not that far outside of San Felipe yet. So I couldn't be more excited to have so many amazing competitors making their way up to the front this quickly. Now, I expect it with, our heavy metals and our unlimiteds because they start up front. So they're already up there, and it's a matter of they have to race with each other. But then after we're done by the times, and that's what's so great about rally racing, it's done by the times, is that now off the start, little by little, we're getting more and more of the competitors from not the lesser class, but maybe lesser cost, I guess, or what is considered lesser horsepower, lesser wheel travel, but yet works so well. Moving on up with great competitors in it. And I can only think that it's going to unfold into just all the top dogs up front and getting after it. So all racers now on course. Nobody else ready to start in San Felipe. They're all done. They're all out there racing. A couple handfuls of them, like right now, Brent Fox, are now down into Special Stage 2. And Brent Fox is in transit, the first transit of Special Stage 2. So he's got some of the races underway. The rest of it, he will be back to tackle momentarily. And today, he is a good handful of miles into the 58.40. So there was Brent Fox. Now we're on board with one of our vintage class competitors. As we had a great time with him yesterday. My buddy there, also an awesome photographer as well, driving this vehicle and having a real good time with it. Art is driving his father's, Art is driving his father's Ashes down to Peninsula. And then in your right screen is Brad Lovell, and he is navigating today, not driving. We saw him with a little bit of issues before they got off the line. I don't know if not, I don't know if they started on time or they didn't. I don't know. I do know it started. The 766 was talking to our race director, said, hey, are we able to work on the car right now? Can our crew help us work on the car right now? And he says, yeah, you can. You hadn't started the race yet. But I don't know if that allowed them to start on time or if it didn't. If they didn't start on time, was there a penalty? I don't know about that either. Those are the types of things that we won't know until we get down to the end and they hand in their road book. And, and then everything goes to Canadian George and timing and scoring and our race director. But right now what I do know is Art and his father are heading on down the peninsula so Art can drop off his father's ashes and spread them along the peninsula. And I know that Brad Lovell is up and running right now in that amazing Ford Raptor Bronco. And so is good for both of those teams, and they're on their way down the peninsula looking good. And also let's think about the fact that way out in front, we've got the top dogs running at it. And let me switch screens on my laptop here because I feel as though, and that's kind of what I thought. So the 77 of Max Gordon hasn't taken off yet. But let me see if we have seen PJ Jones, and I believe PJ is in the 980. And there is, I believe I just had my glasses off, but I'm sure that was Lisa, and I say checkered pants Lisa, in the Mike Perlman vehicle out there in the Myers-Manx car. And let's not forget, because we never can, that Myers-Manx was the car that won this race in 1967. I believe I have my dates right. I think I do. 1967, Myers-Manx won this race, and they're out running it again with an absolute champion. And that champion is Mike Perlman, along with Lisa, our checkered pants girl. She handed in the checkered pants for the fire suit today, and it's behind the wheel of that Myers-Manx. And so we had an opportunity to talk to some of the representatives of that team earlier this morning, and with the Myers-Manx team and the Mike Perlman team. And so let's head over and let's take a look at that, as Mike Perlman's son had an opportunity to give us some information here in just a little bit. And I'm curious to find out just where Casey's head is at and how they're feeling about racing that Myers-Manx, as he is one of the key parts of that team, along with Lisa and Mike Perlman and many others, as it is a family affair. So let's head on down to the start line and see what Casey had to say about teaming up with Myers-Manx.
Number 2, I'm here with Casey Perlman. Casey, you got to start yesterday with your dad, and that has probably got to be an iconic feeling for you to do, but you're also out here at the start line every single morning, making sure all the racers are getting off the line, and then you head south and go to the next finish line. But I want you to talk about how it felt yesterday to be in with your dad.
Oh, it was a great experience yesterday. The start was great. I've never been on the other side of the start line, so it felt good. Me and my dad had a great time yesterday, and the car is running good. I believe we're like first in class in the Myers-Manx evolution class, and we're doing good. The car's running good, and the team's good, and we're all happy, and we're ready for day 2 in San Felipe.
So I don't know the driving list of how you guys are going. Are you going to be getting back in at all during the next 5 days?
Yeah, I'll be getting back in the car today, and we have a good little plan for today, and I think we're going to bring it in and be happy in Bay of LA.
Awesome. Well, it's awesome to see you in the car with your dad yesterday. It gave me goosebumps all over, because I know it had to be such an amazing feeling, and emotional for some people too. So congratulations on the successful day yesterday. We'll see you here at the start here in a little bit.
All right, thank you, Pam.
All right, Pam, thank you so much. Casey Perlman, son of Mike Perlman, grandson of the late and amazing Ed Perlman. Ed Perlman, of course, the gentleman that started this race off many years ago in 1967, and Perlman brought racing to Baja. There was Ed Perlman, and there's a whole story behind that. One of these days, maybe if we have the time, I'll tell you about it. But that whole race in 1967 is how racing down here in Baja started, how the National Off-Road Racing Association started, and also how it's a whole other thing, but how Dick CPEC started, the tire company, all together in one swoop. This all kind of took off and all happened all at once. So taking off right now, Mark Post and the Rivera team in the number 3, looking good as ever. I just love listening to that big horsepower. So we go from Mark Post in that big horsepower to Glenn Kirby in the UTV. Bit of a difference in horsepower there in between the two, without a doubt. As you see, Glenn Kirby looking good. Running quite well, as they have been, it seems like all day long. Every time we go to Glen Kirby, it seems to me as though they're having a good run. So now, take a look at who we got a nice shot of here. Look at that. That's really cool. Just two completely different shots getting you down here with two different competitors, one of them going through the stadium section. So that was one of the last ones to come off the line. Looking to see if we can see what number that vehicle is. Going through the stadium section. So they have all of section 1 to go. And then down here in special stage number 2 is Mark Post in the Riviera Javier's truck. Javier's opening up a new restaurant this upcoming weekend in downtown LA. So if you're in the LA area, I would have to imagine you need reservations in advance in such a wonderful place like that. But if you're in the downtown LA area and you love amazing food, amazing atmosphere, Javier's, they're opening up a new spot this upcoming weekend. All right, now on board with Matt Cullen. Totally different program here at Matt Cullen with a windshield in, enclosed cab, now opened up. Kind of a little more of a Dakar feel. And I'm just to be quiet, let's listen to her for a minute.
Check up, right 2. Got a bunch of squiggles. Right 5, left 5. Gonna check up a little for this one and more for the next. Left 3. And go. Right 4, left 4. Right 5. Right 5 into 4 left. So check up. Good, go. 4 left. Right 5 is gonna open, go. At the top is a left 3, right 3. So kind of slow once you're up there. Good, rock on right. Left 5, right 5. Left, right into left 3. Check up. Good, left 5, right 4. Right 4 here. There you go. Left 4. Opens. Rock on right and then rock on left. Good. Right on left, rock on right, rocky. So check up a little. You got a right on the left, rocks on the right. You're good. Left 5. Right 5 in a caution. You have a dip right here, left in a drop. Go, 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 go. Right 5. Left 6, stay in the gas. Left 6, stay in it. Rocky, check up left 5 up there a little.
So I've been doing a lot of talking about navigating and everything and good navigators and different styles. But having the opportunity right there to listen in on Erica Sachs. Erica Sachs, listen, she goes back a ways. She was with Sarah Price for quite some time, and they've had a lot of amazing success with one another. Also working with some of the bigger teams as well as of recently in the last handful of races. And then to listen to her navigate, hands down, without a doubt, one of the best in the business. She is really, really on it. Sarah and I, we go back quite so many years, and I was lucky enough to meet Erica through that relationship. And Erica is really just a professional, and she is a master of her craft. And right there, we listen longer than we normally do to the navigation just to really get a good piece of that, because that's how navigation is done properly, and really, really impressive. So kudos to you, Erica. Well done. And we'll be checking back with her as the race rolls on. But right now, we're still in the stadium section with one of her trucks. And then we head over to a UTV that has just gotten out of the stadium section and cruising along. Meanwhile, a lot of our front runners still off and running, and we hop on board with Dave Mason Jr. Dave Mason having a good run in the number 165. Through some of the tighter sections here. For Dave Mason, I would think a happy medium between wide open and not too rough in the tighter sections, because he's a little bigger than the UTVs, but he's smaller than the Unlimiteds, so he's a little more nimble than the Unlimiteds are. So Dave Mason Jr. making it look easy. He is also a master of his craft, to say the least. As we're watching Dave Mason, I'm going to be quiet here for a moment, and I'm looking up to see where our lead UTV is on Special Stage 2. Dave Mason getting off there into the bushes a little bit. Took that one out big time. Definitely bushwhacking a bit of his own line through some of this. Right now, as Dave Mason is pushing it through a very fast but yet kind of tight technical session, staying around the bushes. We know that we have our UTVs working as well. First UTV in Class 10, not far behind Dave Mason, and that is the Fab School UTV entry. PJ Jones is the first UTV on course, and right now dropping down to the second UTV on course. Behind him, and quite a ways behind him, is the 77 of Max Gordon, just dropping down into the wash. So Max is a ways behind PJ Jones, but is second in class right now. And third UTV overall. As we're watching right now, this truck getting through the stadium section, it is Ford Ranger Richard Bartle, and Richard getting in there, and it's getting softer and softer as everyone has really stirred that up, that section there, as it's kind of soft and silty through some of those, and was having a bit of a struggle getting through it, but he has made it through some of the softer areas in the stadium section. It's unbelievable just thinking about Dave Mason and going through what we just saw him hitting some of those bushes and things of that nature. You know, he doesn't want to be doing that, but those are the chances you're taking. Any one of those could have a rock behind it or something worse and really ruin your day. As we hop on board with the 77 of Max Gordon, we have a Class 10 UTV out in front. PJ Jones in front of him as well in a UTV. So Max Gordon, the third overall UTV on course, second by class right now. Max Gordon again, really letting her eat. He's got to keep his eyes set on PJ Jones. PJ often running quite flawless races, very smart about what he's doing. Does not often have too many issues. And right now, Max Gordon, he knows that. He grew up around PJ his whole life, watching PJ race. He knows what he's capable of, and he's trying to prove to the world what he himself as a young driver is capable of. And he needs to just be smart about it, keep the vehicle together. And now we're on with PJ Jones.
1,069
Also,
feet, hard left.
Also down in special stage 2, but a considerable amount in front of Max Gordon.
Hard left. In 1,137 feet.
And I certainly don't want to be that one to jinx him, but PJ Jones is just one of those drivers that does not often make mistakes. Very smart. He's been around a long time. Looking out of the back of PJ Jones. And with any luck for the exciting part of this, hopefully somewhere along the lines we'll look at this camera and we'll see Mad Max Gordon right behind him, and we'll get ourselves a good race for the overall UTV here. Great opportunity to see the differences in between what we were just watching with Mad Max and what we're watching with PJ right now. So there you have it. Watching both those competitors, both very fast, both very capable of winning in their class, and both capable of winning an overall. But they just got to keep their cars together, keep from making any major mistakes here. And so far, that's what PJ Jones has been doing. But very impressive stuff. And let's not forget our Class 10 UTV out in front of the FabTech entry. That was Troy Johnson, I believe, in the FabTech entry, driving it off the line early this morning. I don't know if Troy is still in it. I kind of believe that he is. Running it down the entire stage here, and he's doing a great job with it. Now we're back on board with Javier's and Mark Post. quite a ways into the 58.40 miles of Special Stage 2 on its way to Bay of LA. Tight, slow section right here. These are the types of sections that allow the UTVs to run up front by the times. Our big unlimited trucks so fast through the gnarly stuff and the straights, but the UTVs, these are the areas where they truly shine. Mark post on what might be one of the slower portions of the course so far today that we've seen, not far off of just a go path. Very technical. So you see Mark really working the wheel. Very tight area here. And that's what the difference is in the different courses here each day, which allows the different vehicles to work. Now here we are out front. Brent Fox, he's already got through that tight section. And he's hammering through here. This is not a lot of room for error either. Very narrow section, but straight, wide open. Just flying through this, barely enough room to fit that race vehicle in there. And heavy on the binders. See him here getting checked off. So the course has changed drastically from our initial start yesterday coming out of Ensenada. Got rougher and rougher as we got closer to San Felipe. This morning, very similar on the way out, as expected, very rough. And now, as we're heading down to Bay of LA, we're getting in some very tight sections, not necessarily as rough throughout the entire course, but then we're getting into some terrain that is much different than a little farther north. And the terrain is going to continue to change as we continue to move south here. As here we are with Trevor Glidden dropping down into a wash. Glidden in his Evolution Heavy Metal. So you can definitely see right here as well It's very tight through here. A lot of rocks on the side. The vegetation has gotten much denser in Special Stage 2. And if you look at all the rocks that are mixed in with the vegetation. Now, I'm not saying it's like that everywhere, but those are the chances you're taking when you're flying through some of those sections that are a little bit faster and hitting some of these trees, hitting some of this vegetation. Yeah, maybe those trees or those bushes, maybe they won't ruin your day. But if there's one of those big rocks behind it, it certainly will. And that's some of the chances that, need to be taken at times. And we saw Dave Mason Jr. doing that earlier, and he was jamming through there. But you got to do what you got to do at times. Here we are with Matt Cullen.
Left 5. Right 5, check up. Rocks inside.
And Erica Sachs. I'm going to let Erica do her thing here and listen in.
Right 5, left 5.
Let a pro do her thing.
Right 5. Left 5. Right 5, left 5. Check up a bunch. Right 2, check up a bunch. Right 2 here. Oh. A bunch. Hard right.
So there you have it right there. And you could hear Erica Sachs there. Excuse me. And there is Max Gordon, heavy on the gas. He knows the job at hand. He knows he has to catch up to BJ Jones and beyond. But as we're hopping on board with Max here, I'm going to say Erica Sachs there saying check up a bunch. A bunch was not checked up. And you can hear the disgust in her voice saying, I said a bunch, which is a nice way of saying, listen to what I'm saying to you. So, a little upset. You can hear it was in her voice there, and I certainly understand that. Is now on board with Max Gordon. He was right to the wood, just checking up a little bit here and there. The good news is for Max, coming up here in a bit, we know, and I don't think he does yet, but we know that it's going to get pretty tight. And it's going to get slower for most vehicles. But for him and that Speed UTV and his ability, the type of driver he is, he should be able to make up some time there. The problem is he's trying to make up time on PJ Jones. PJ can drive anything. We could go do a lap at Talladega right now. We could go to the St. Petersburg IndyCar Grand Prix, run the road course. We could go out to the Fink Desert Race in Australia, or we could be right down here right now, and PJ knows how to handle that. So Max Gordon's trying to make up time on a very difficult person to make it up. Here we are, Cowboy Cerrone saying, get out of my way. Massive difference in between the driving ability, level of talent, and style from yesterday in this team to today with Cerrone behind the wheel. Yesterday, I personally have nothing but kudos for these guys. They were professionals, they were safe, they were smart, and they ran their own race and made sure that everybody, including themselves and all their competitors, were safe anytime there's any passes or anything going on. Cowboy Cerrone doing the exact same thing, but doing it well, really on the gas and running well. So Cerrone looking good, in a little bit of dust. Now full on board, looking out the windshield. I don't see any major dust too close up in front of him. I'd have to think starting back in the starting order where he did, he's going to have some slower vehicles he's going to be catching soon. As here we are with Dave Mason Jr. He has, I believe, just made it through the checkpoint that we saw our leader, Brent Fox, come up to just a little while ago. So now this is the first that they are seeing this portion of the course, which is also the first that we, or I should say I, am seeing it as well. So now, okay, so it is correct. We are now back into a full-fledged transit. And I'm going to look on the map here as Dave Mason Jr. is in transit. With another speed UTV. That was Robbie Gordon. So there is Robbie. And And this is the first time we've seen him. Maybe he just clicked his camera on. I did see him on the transit going into special stage 2. I'm going to back up my map opposite of what I was doing and take a look here to verify. But I do believe that he is now in special stage 2. Yes, he is. Okay. So Robbie Gordon doing okay, making up some ground actually. He as always, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but some considerable ground on some other UTVs. We have not listened to Robbie's in car. I'd love to listen to this and compare it to Max and some of the others. And now we are on board with Zemek, putting in a great race as well. As I said, this is a tight technical section through a lot of this. Zemek started off the line in 15th today in the initial start. So in that Jackal, those Jackals are pretty impressive cars, especially through some of that medium kind of tight stuff. They're nimble. They're not as small as a UTV, but they're nowhere near as large as an unlimited truck. Yeah, that's it. These Jackals are impressive vehicles. Bill Zemek. Uh-oh, did we miss a turn? I couldn't tell if he did or not, but it looks like he's back on course again. So yeah, those are really impressive cars, man. Starting to see more and more of the Jackals out here. Dave Mason Jr. heavy on the gas here. It's a very fast section, very, very narrow. Difference. The Jackal versus the UTV. Two completely different spots on the course, however. Max Gordon, Bill Zemek. I believe that is a shot off the distance. Is that Max? I can't tell. No, I don't believe it is. That is a Razor. But right now, we have our leaders now in transit again, making the way further down the peninsula. We have already made our way into start. No, we have not started special stage 3 yet, but we're going to relatively soon, I do believe. As you see a car in transit. Now we are on board with Mark Post, and they seem like they might be a little lost. So not any problems with the vehicle, no problem staying on line. One of the tricky parts about doing the rally racing. technical areas here are not necessarily where the unlimited trucks shine, but it sure does look like an awful lot of fun. And then we hop back to one of our UTV competitors. As we've seen them earlier on, the 769. That 769 out there running pretty well right now. And that is Tommaso Magori. And now we're back on board with one of our speed competitors. I believe this is Helco. Back on again with them, and Helco seems to be having a decent run. Helco nice and calm, putting in a great effort. With Helco, it's not that often you hear him or see him overdoing it on the equipment. He's here to make sure he finishes the race. And I think what he's been doing so far has been pretty smart. And then deep into the dust of another Vanguard, Max is chasing another competitor down. And I've mentioned before, he knows what he needs to do, but he's got his work cut out for him. He's got to make up time on PJ Jones. And he's got to have his fingers crossed that something, PJ has something happen to him, minor of course. He wants to see his buddy PJ do well and finish as well. But he needs something. He's getting close in this dust right now. I'm going to see if I can tell you how close he is to the competitor in front of him. It is the 2020. No, he just got by the 2020 not too long ago, and now he's got I literally think he just went over a different line and got by the 2020 because his bubble on the live tracker just clicked by that competitor. And it looks like he took another line to make it happen. So the 2020 got around him, is what we're saying here. But okay, now he's hot and heavy. Now he just got around the 61.42. Max making up some time. So he just get around Richard Sinetti at the Evolution. No, he's in the Evolution 6100. We know Richard. So Max just got around him somewhere by picking a different line. So he just got a 2-for-1 special. Max did real quickly right there. And as those larger vehicles may have been struggling a bit through some of that tight stuff, Max was not before they hit the highway. And maybe he was pushing that much because he knew he needed to get them before he got on the highway. He had gotten by them. So well done, Max. Now in transit for a while for the young Gordon. Out in front of his father. And I'm looking at our tracker here. PJ Jones quite a ways ahead of Max. Also in transit. Or was. So there's PJ right there, running an excellent race. I would expect nothing less. And here we are with our leader, physical leader on course.
Dos veces.
Brent Fox and the boys having a wonderful time. A little bit of hooting, a little bit of hollering, never hurt anybody. As they're having a great time out front. And they are now on the special stage 2, and I would think coming to the end of special stage 2 within reason. Look how much the landscape has changed for our leader who's way out in front. Starting to get a lot more of those tall cactus. It's opened up a little bit, a little more hard pack. So our leader having an absolute blast out there. When we get back to one of the Lone Star entries, I believe that is Content Aware. I believe that is who that is. Look at that long straightaway. Dust just flying, cars wide open. So the Content Aware team looking very good. And it looks like we are now in transit with Cowboy Cerrone. So from the start of Special Stage 1 to getting back into transit, I have to say, Cowboy, heck of a job, sir. Heck of a job. He is, we saw him around other competitors making passes and things and doing it properly and safely. And heavy on the gas compared to the way we saw the team yesterday. So Cerrone looking good. So do we have, I'm being told in my ear that we may or may not have a different driver in right now. And it kind of looks like maybe he's correct. Maybe it's bending. Yeah, so it's looking like possibly we may have a different driver in, or maybe just a matter of the sunglasses came off and we've had it wrong the whole time. But just going off of what we are told of who is going to be in what vehicle at where, doesn't mean it has to be that way. You can change it up as much as a team feels they need to. All in all, that team seems to be has made great improvements in speed. Still staying just as consistent and doing a wonderful job in safety, in sportsmanship, doing an excellent job in both those areas. It just seemed that they really added some speed today. All right, so still continuing on in this transit here for that team. Now we are on with Joris Hitt. We haven't seen Joris in about an hour or so. Joris again staying quite consistent. So Joris cruising along, looking good in the 8733 Evolution Production Turbo UTV class. So Joris hit looking very good. And as I continue on to do our homework here on some of the other vehicles. All right, so folks, I'm going to continue on doing some research of where we're at, not just with our leaders, but with some of the other UTVs and different things, and wrap our head around some important things to talk about. In the meanwhile, I'm going to leave you with the sweet, sweet, sweet desert racing sounds of Joris Head. I'll be right back with you. Don't go anywhere, folks.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado, because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.
Back on board with Trevor Glidden. Trevor in an Evolution Heavy Metal. Also a physically larger truck. Comparing him to some of the other competitors out there. Trevor Glidden's been doing NORRA for a long time as well. Getting through some of this tight stuff with Glidden. Up over a big crest right there. Doesn't give it a lot of justice, but a pretty good elevation change right there. Dropping down, back into the wash. There we go, starting to open it up a little bit. Right here, this section starting to smooth out for Glidden. And now Glidden back into the next transit stage. See him back on highway again. So as Trevor Glidden is on transit, we are hopping down with another UTV competitor, being Max Gordon, who has been rather impressive in Special Stage 2 today in day number 2 on our way from San Felipe, which I left early this morning, on down to Bay of LA. Folks, those of you that are just hopping on board right now to check things out with us, this is the coverage of the 2025 NORRA's Baja. Over 1,300 miles of racing going on over a 6-day period. We are on day number 2, special stage number 2 of 58.40 miles in special stage number 2. Bringing you all the action here from the studio is myself, Sean Sermony, bringing it all to you. Pam Paul will be down at the finish line, hopefully before our leaders get across the line. As we're watching Mad Max Gordon, the young phenomenon. Heavy on the gas, having a great start and a little bit of trouble earlier on in the end of Special Stage 1. And so right there you can tell that is some of the Safari competitors. They were actually stopped, relaxed, and been watching some of the racing. They got to see Max Gordon come up out of the wash. I'm sorry, Trevor Glidden out of the wash. So still on board with Max Gordon. Just really letting that speed UTV eat. He knows what he's got to do. As I was mentioning, for those who are just joining in on us, right now, the first UTV in a Class 10 is the Fab Tech entry, Fab Tech School, Fab School. So Fab School out in front with the Class 10. UTV in the lead is PJ Jones, which puts Mad Max Gordon in P2 by class. And now we're on board with our race leader, physical race leader, the 22 of Brent Fox. What a day he has been having. 2 days he's been having. Because yesterday we saw a lot of them. Seemed as though, being out in the lead, that the team of Mark Post and Larry Ragland were way out in front. But they were physically, but not by time. It was Brent Fox that set down the fastest time yesterday from Ensenada to San Felipe. Now San Felipe down to Bay of LA. Brent Fox out in front, looking really good, nearly flawless. Little jump right there. Starts to tighten up on the boys. Brent Fox putting in quite a session again today. Really impressive stuff. Just his consistent speed, not overworking the truck. You see, he's really flying, but he's not pushing it too much. He's not overdriving it. Well under control. Really impressive things from Brent Fox and that camp. As now you see, I believe that might be Max in transit. Max Gordon. Oh, I think it might be Robbie. No, now I'm looking at him. I'm seeing my buddy here, Sebastian, saying, no, that's Robbie Gordon. So Robbie in transit. And I believe that Robbie, I'm going to look here. I think he's been making up some considerable ground. Easy for the announcer to say today. So what seems to be a good run for him. As we get back on board with Max Gordon. And we saw Max get a 2-for-1 special area with a pass on a couple of the larger, faster trucks through one of the tight sections. Right here, Max on the gas, doing very well. And I'm looking to see where it is. I see Max now coming up on some other competitors. A little while now, he is back up into another transit area, and the transit areas, that's where ultimately, because everything is done through GPS, that's where the times stop. They have to follow the rules of the road in the transit area. So now Max Gordon, he has his eyes set once they get back to it here in just a little bit on the 769, which is in front of them. That is going to be Tommaso Magoria. He is in a Polaris Pro R. And in a UTV Class 10. So he's got his eyes set on him, and right in front of him is the 2112. And that is Grant Ingram in a Jackal. So he's got his work cut out for him if he wants to get up. And it's not a mess. Not that he necessarily needs to get in front of those guys, but he needs to make up time. And he needs to make up time on PJ Jones right now. That's the main goal. Making up time on PJ Jones. So we see right there another vehicle getting up onto transit. As our leaders are not far off of making it all the way through special stage 2, 282, our leader, out there quite a ways. Has a good ways to go. So now we're on board with Mason. So looking to me as we're on board with Mason here, that some of our leaders should be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but if I'm looking at our tracking system, and don't hold me to it, but I believe that our leaders are on special stage 3. And that's what it seems to me. Because they're a ways away yet, but it looks like they are on their way. Not all that crazy far from getting into Bay of LA. They've got some time yet. Got a ways to go. So now we are back on board here with Bob Briggs. Bob Briggs has been having a heck of a NORRA so far, as he is one of our front runners yesterday and staying consistent with today. Running way up front. As you can hear now, we got the audio for Briggs. Coverage coming from all of our leaders here. Bob Briggs really letting it eat. Speed UTV and Bilstein, along with Myers, Banks, and Fab School, helping bring all this great coverage to you. So we got Bob Briggs, and we also have someone walking on the course. And there's a tire there. I don't know if that tire was there already or if it's from a race vehicle. I don't even know necessarily if that's a racer. And looking at that picture, it seems to me that that is not a competitor. We are finding out from our crew that's actually a guy that was out fishing. And call me crazy, but I don't think he caught a lot of fish. He's in the desert. But that's what I'm being told. I'm not a professional fisherman, but I'd find a better spot to cast my lure. On board with John Brindle in the Safari class, the Safari 20. We saw John a bit yesterday, out having a great time in the Safari class. Her cruise along yesterday, had some tunes going, having some snacks, enjoying her day. And as we've said before, if you want to come down and race in Baja, there's always a class for you down here, whether it be a Safari class or slow class. And Safari's broken down in several categories, or just the faster group, like John Brindle, kind of a medium, and then a slow pace group as well. And these guys just out here having a good time, talking about how cool it looks, how beautiful it is. But now we have hop back on board with navigator Erica Sachs on the small screen. The big screen is that awesome looking Chevy. We saw him have a little bit of trouble early on in the race, but looks like everything's going good there. And now we are back on board here with the navigation specialist.
Left 4, enter right over with rocks. Check up a little, left 4. Right 5. Left 4. Mustangs. Over left and then right. Opens 5. Left 3. Right 4, it's gonna tighten open left 5. Check up for a dip. Too late, go. Left 5. Left 5. Wow, that's not it. Rocks on both sides with a drop up here. That was back there. Lame. Left 5. Tighten. Right 5. Really short squiggles are gonna, not really, right 5 minus. We have a left 4, rocky downhill. Check up for some ruts.
All right, so there you have it. In there, that is the navigator of Erica Sachs, giving up some good direction, and is keeping that car right on track and running very, very well. So no surprise there. She's been around doing this for a long time with some of the best competitors out there, such as Sarah Price. I think possibly even working with the Herps team. So some really good stuff there from from Erica. And taking a look now, going into, we're getting on board with our leader. Still just looking comfortable, running flawless. Brett Fox just on the gas in the 282. So Brent Fox, not outrageously far from the last and final finish line to Bay of LA. Now we're bouncing back and forth from Mark Post and Brent Fox. Brent Fox in that 282, physically on course, followed by the 72 of Scott Bailey. Scott Bailey is not that far behind. Within Scott Bailey right now looks like he is within about 2 kilometers or so from Brent Fox. Mark Post a couple more clicks back. So we're on board just with Mark Post right now. And some of these sections really tighten up pretty quickly through here. And you hear him just kind of gagging the throttle on and off through this section. So there's Post running off the gas here. Gnarly stuff. Some of it tightens up real fast and it gets wide open again. Hard to say through a section like this if you'd rather be in a truck like this or you'd rather be in a UTV, but it looks awfully tight. Slowing right down, not far off of just a couple miles an hour through that area. Mark Post having a great run. Not far behind Mark Post is the 207. That 207 being Matt Cullen. Looking good, Matt Cullen. About 4 kilometers ahead of the 250 of Zach Langley and the cops.
Left 4 here, 2 there. Open.
So we're on back on board with Colin and Erica.
Left over.
Just far enough out to not really be able to see the dust. But they are by our tracking system. They're about 3.5 kilometers or so behind Mark Post.
Right into left 3.
And Mark Post in the unlimited truck.
Right 3.
And then we get in with Colin with an Evolution 6100 2018 Geyser. So physically, you know, it's not an unlimited truck by any means, and maybe it might be a truck that might perform a little bit better in the tight stuff they're coming up to. Because we're not far off of where we just saw Mark Post go through. Colin's about to get into that, and maybe we do a little comparison over what we think is working better.
Watch your right edges up here.
But yeah, so he's going right now. Matt Cullen is going through what we just watched Mark Post go through.
Press on right downhill. Right 5, maybe left 3 or 4. Depends on what it is now.
Back on board with Mark Post. I tell you, it might not be a wide open section, but it looks like a pretty fun section to be in one of these unlimited trucks. Back on board with Halco. Halco staying nice and consistent all the way down the peninsula so far. And maybe catching up to some competitors. You see some dust off in the distance for Halco. And there is what I believe was one of those single seaters. But look at the dust off the distance. Halco knows he's in the mix. You can tell that dust is getting slightly blown off course. So there's a little bit of wind down there, or a little breeze perhaps. It's good to see it not sitting right on course. And you could almost see off in the distance for Halco that where that dust is being kicked up. So he knows that it seems as though he might be catching up to somebody, and that's a good feeling. And it's not necessarily because you have to pass that person, but you know that you're at least making up time on someone that's in front of you, and you're hoping and you're praying you're making up time on anyone by class that may be in front of you as well. So Helco looking very good. Smart run for him so far for the 2025 NORRA's Baja. As we hop on board.
Right here, so over this hill. Pick up.
So we got PJ Jones,
Runs into dip.
Brad Helco.
Right dip.
So we know Jones
Nothing for a mile and a half.
is quite a ways down course. Not far. He's a few clicks behind the Zach Langley and the Cops team. And then we're with Brad Helco in the 11:03. Let me get a look on the 11:03.
Same here, a little check here.
All right, so taking a look at what's going on there, we've got Helco is quite a ways back behind PJ Jones. We just had them running right next to one another.
In 0.3 miles, ruts on right downhill.
Okay, we're gonna go down the hill. Keep your rest right, keep it in it. Keep going, keep going. Over this hill, slow down over the hill. We're gonna go down to the right.
Ruts on right downhill. In 776 feet, dip
right here.
wash.
So we just heard
Dip
Siri
right
say there's ruts on the
Dip
right.
wash.
That was it?
In 1,024 feet, ditch.
Okay, ditch around this corner.
Ditch.
So you see them
In
running quite well.
1,062 feet, rock on left.
And going from PJ Jones, a superstar in all different forms of motorsports, on to another superstar, Dave Mason Jr. Two completely different vehicles right there. And Dave Mason, seems like a lot of times we get to him, he's either just always in a fast spot or he just never shuts it down. But every time we go to Dave Mason, he is just flying. And that's no different right now. Dave Mason really on the gas. So right now, Dave Mason looking really good in the 165. Physically, Dave Mason is fourth on course behind the 282, our leader. The 72 there as well as Bally. And then of course the 829 that we've been following as well of Bob Briggs, putting in an excellent run. So Briggs, Bally, and then that brings us to the 165 of Dave Mason. Dave Mason slowing down a bit here. I was looking down at my laptop and didn't see what exactly was going on. So I don't know if they're a little lost, if they had a mechanical. But they are back up in a transit. So he must have just gone, I must have looked down my computer and just saw that they finished up that portion right there. Now they're back in the transit area. And so they are now on Highway 1. They're going to run Highway 1 down to Punta Prieta. They're going to get down to the airstrip down there, and that's where they're going to turn and get back on course again. And then they get down to the nitty-gritty and really heading back towards the finish line. So not all that much time left as far as the course goes. Once they get back on, they got a good chunk in transit right now for our leaders. And then they get back to racing. They're going to be heading towards Bay of LA sooner than later. As now we're back on board again with our leader, the 282. He has made it past that airstrip we were just discussing and is back on track, racing towards the finish. We've got a good chunk to go, but it's not going to take him that long. That bubble I'm watching on the laptop is clicking along quite quickly as he is really digging. Brent Fox, he can taste sweet victory. Maybe we'll see if it is by time, but physically, he's led green to checkered just as Post and Ragland did yesterday. Just letting it eat. Fox, Post, both of them on separate portions of the course, not far behind one another. Fox in the lead, Post in P2, only physically. We don't know who's actually winning yet. We won't know until they get across the line with all of them. Right now, it is a dead heat. Great racing so far for the big dogs of Baja. Fox and Post. They're getting chased down little by Bailey as well. Scott Bailey, he's well in the mix. Bob Briggs, keeping them all honest. They are the meat in the sandwich. We've got our leaders in Post sandwiching up those competitors right there, the number 56 and the 72 and the 829. So the who's who and the big dogs in Baja and our big, fast, heavy metals and unlimiteds are all at it. Briggs, Post, Zach Langley, Dave Mason Jr. All of them just getting after it, fighting for time, trying to get every second they can out of themselves, their team, and their race vehicle. We are in the last maybe half hour or so to an hour away from coming to the finish line for everyone I had just mentioned in Bahía. Not a lot left to go in day number 2 for our physical leaders. Heavy on the gas. What a day this gentleman has been having. Brent Fox out in front all day long. He makes it look easy. Brent Fox, quick as a fox, but nimble as a gazelle out here. Bebopping around the bushes, around the cactus like it's nothing, on and off the throttle. Gag it here, feather it there. Nice and smooth. Textbook run for him. But you gotta wonder when you're in the lead like this, or separated like some of these guys are, how much is too much? Are we giving it enough? Do we need to give it more beans? Where are we as far as time goes? That's a tough one to know exactly where you are. Hangs a little wide on the outside, almost gets up into that cactus. Brent Fox and his Navigator are on top of the game. We can't hear his Navigator, but it's obviously going well. We don't see him turning around. We don't see him slowing down and wondering, oh, did we make the right decision? They are just dropping the hammer all the way home to Bahía. With post. A little further back than Brent Fox. Post being nice and smart about it. Talking about something maybe I'm not educated enough on, but it seems to me that Brent Fox's Spec TT is working a little bit better through some of this tight stuff than the Unlimited truck. You know, if I'm wrong, tell me, because I don't know. I'm not educated in driving either one of these two types of vehicles. But it just, from what I'm watching, it's kind of what it seems. Because all that we've seen, that we're watching Post go through right now, we've seen Brent Fox go through the majority of it, and it just seems like maybe that truck is working a little bit better for that particular section of race course. As Ron Gore with Max Gordon. Clipping along pretty good. As we're watching Max, I'm looking for him on the tracker. See exactly where he is compared to some of the others. The next in line for him by class in UTV is PJ Jones. In front of him, the 980. It seems to me, by just looking at the tracker, I kind of feel like Max is making up some ground on PJ Jones. He's got a long ways to go before he gets to him. There we go. Kirby just got past. So now Kirby getting some dust. So Kirby getting some dust in him right now. So we get a couple of onboards from different portions of the course here. And then you see that on your left side of the screen is where Baja's worst fisherman was walking by. The desert fisher. Once again, his family's going hungry. That dust situation quite well. Not allowing himself to lose too much ground there. Meanwhile, as we continue on, I feel as though, by just looking at the tracker, and I know I keep saying this, but I'm going off of what I have to work with here, which is more than normal, so we're doing good. I'm happy. I hope you guys are at home as well that are watching and listening. But I feel as though Max is making up some ground on PJ Jones. And what I know for a fact is that our leaders right now, the 282 and the 72, being Scott Bally and our leader, are checking out on most everyone else and looking good. What do we have going on here? Looks like we've got him slowing up. All right, so we've got another car in transit. We've got our leaders not that crazy far from the finish line. I'm thinking they'll be there within 30, 40 minutes. As we're still continuing on board, which I believe is Helco. One vehicle in transit, one on course. Leader's looking good right now. As you hop on with Tom Allen, this Evolution Jeep Speed. Small struggle very, very early on in Super Stage number 1 today, Special Stage number 1 today. They got through all that, and they look like they've been running pretty decent for the rest of the day. So what I'm looking at here as well, folks, talking about the UTV portion of it, it seems as though the 721, which is the Fab School entry, has now been passed by PJ Jones. So PJ is moving along good. He is the 980, I believe. Let me make sure before I say too much. So it looks to me as though PJ Jones is now the lead UTV altogether, although keep in mind the 721 is a class 10, so still leading his class. Now we're back on board with Dave Mason. And again, every time we go to Dave Mason, he is just flying. Continuing on, go through the homework and the paperwork. I believe Mason has gotten by Bob Briggs as far as the tracking system goes. So that's the 282, then the 72 of Bally, then now Mason moving up physically into P3 as we're on board now with PJ Jones.
Hard 90 left here, hard 90 left. And a hard 90 right. Same with this, hard 90 right. Gonna veer a little bit to the right over the top.
In 1,204 feet, keep straight.
All right, so there you see PJ Jones moving along really well. He is now he was been the lead UTV, but he is now past the Class 10 lead UTV as well. So he's running quite well, navigation-wise and car-wise. Of course, driver-wise, it's PJ Jones. Not many people out there as talented as he is. And then you get Max Gordon on board with him. Max Gordon making it happen right now. He has also seemed like he was gaining ground on PJ. So let me continue to double check my work. So now continuing on board with Max Gordon in a beautiful drone shot of Baja. All right. All right, so we are now hopping on board, I believe, with the all right, so still digging along here and looking back through our leaderboard here. And it looks to me like Robbie Gordon to 7. He's still digging, making his way up. Plenty of work yet to do for him. Then what I'm looking for is the 77. And there I find him now. As now with Trevor Glidden in the 811, getting ready to start off the last and final stage for him for the day. This is special stage number 3 for him. So it looks like in the last half an hour or so, Max Gordon has not gained it all on PJ Jones. Continuing on with what we're working with here, we got the 282. Our leader, still looking good. Been still impressed with how well that Spec TT runs through some of the tighter, more technical stuff here. That truck is really, really impressive. And it certainly seems like that truck is the hot setup over, say, some of the longer, if you will, unlimited trucks that are out here. When I say longer, I mean physically longer. Bigger trucks like that. But I think that Spec TT, man, that's the cat's meow, if you will. On board, Trevor Glidden. Good. Now we are, I'm going to say that we are in the home stretch right now for our leaders coming into Bay of LA and ready to rock and roll. And I'm hoping, and I know Bay of LA is very difficult as far as getting there quickly by road and also with internet and things, but having Starstream involved, I believe those problems will go away. I just am hoping, fingers crossed, that Pam Hall is there, because I really would love to see an interview with our leader and talk about that spec truck, because, man, what a run they have put in. Oh, they just arrived. Okay, all right. So I'm getting news, folks. Just arriving at the finish is going to be Pam Hall. So they're getting set up, rock and roll. That means a couple of great things, and it's all good news for you guys. Good news number one, we're going to get interviews, hopefully for our leaders that come across the line, because there's some good stories that need to be told. And I would like to hear them too, because I don't necessarily know them. I don't know them any better than you do right now. I'd like to hear a little bit more of what's going on. And the icing on top of the cake for you guys, it means you get to listen to me less and to Pam a little bit more to make your life a little bit easier. I would have to think that 4 hours and 41 minutes of listening to me is probably enough for you for a little bit. You'd like to have a break. But all in all, we are right down to the nitty gritty right here. We are on board with Trey Hernquist. Trey putting in a good, honest run again today. Having a nice run in the UTVs. And our leaders still digging towards the finish. The 282 still out front. Brent Fox putting it to him in that TT Spec truck. Then after that, we get into Bailey in the 72, has never let go of that second place position physically all day long. And then who's been moving up and doing exactly what they thought was going to happen is Dave Mason Jr. Dave Mason says yesterday, I think they were across the line around 5th or so yesterday. Don't hold me to it. Around 5th. Says, Dave Mason says, hey man, I'm pumped. This portion of the course is not really where this car shines. As we keep going farther and farther south, it gets better and better for my car. And he wasn't kidding. He made up some ground today, physically, at least on the competitors that are in front of him. That's not paid. I can't pay attention to how much ground he's gained on everyone behind him. I just don't. There's not enough time in the day for me to do that. But all in all, great day, and it looks like if we can hold it together, he's going to come across the line physically in a podium position in a top 3, which is exciting for him. The 829 as well. He was in P3. He's dropped back. That is Bob Briggs. Bob, don't worry about getting passed by Dave Mason. Not a big deal right now. You're doing a killer job, Bob. Bob Briggs on the gas, looking good, no problem. I would just not even sweat that right now. And then we get into the number 56, Greg DiStefano. He's been around. He knows NORRA. He knows what's up. He's sitting in a great position. Mark Post right after that, along with Larry Ragland together, navigated by Brent Bowman himself. Arguably one of the best in the business for navigation. Then we get into the 207 of Matt Cullen in that 2018 Geyser 6100. And now we are on board with Mark Post and Brent Bowman. Now we get to see some of Mark going through the same sections that we watched earlier on with our leader in that Spec TT again. I love the comparison. So we've got PJ Jones looking good, Mark Post looking good, and these are several different classes here. These are some people that are all running very well. I talked about the very front runners early on. And then talking about the comparisons in between, say, this truck here and the number 3 versus some of the TT spec trucks. Looking at some of the comments, Scott Christensen, we're on the same page, buddy. You're still listening as far as the differences in between the post truck builds, longer wheelbase. It's a big difference, and it certainly does, and you can see it in the performance out here. On board with Tom Allen, now looking good. And for those of you at home that are putting comments up, thank you for doing so. Continue to do that. Every once in a while I am taking a look at them. So we are, I urge you, or I don't urge you, if you want to write some comments, write some stuff, whether they're good ones or bad ones, I can take it. Put them on up, let's take a look at them. And maybe we'll give you a shout out as well as the week rolls on here. So Tom Allen still in the lead, or still on the screen right now in the 414. Max Gordon alongside of him. So where we are with the 414, Tom Allen, Max Gordon. So here we are, side by side versus side by side. Oh, that is the 414 of the Jeep right there, but they look awfully similar from the in-car cab. Max Gordon, Tom Allen in the 414. Let's see here. So he is the Jeep Speed 3700 2020. Max is a 2023 Speed UTV Bandit. From the in-car cameras, they look very similar. On the outside, quite a bit difference, but here we are kind of in different portions of the course, but showing a little bit of the comparison between the two. Back on board now with just Max Gordon, doing everything he can to chase down. And I know I continue to talk about it, but there is a story here, and it is the story of not the tortoise and the hare, it's the hare and the hare. And it's PJ Jones and Max Gordon. Right now we know that PJ has now physically, once again, this is by the times, I don't have that, but by physical position on course, PJ Jones continues to be the lead UTV. Max Gordon just took out some cactus. Mad Max taking out some shrubbery. But PJ Jones continues to be the leader in the UTVs, and now he's the leader ahead of UTVs Class 10. Also, putting a Class 10 in between him and Max Gordon. But Max's goal has got to be chase down and get by PJ Jones. Trevor Glidden on board with him in the 811, the Evolution Heavy Metal, the 88 Chevy 1500. And that 811, look where he is physically on course here. So not bad. He is well into Special Stage 3, as we know. In that portion of Special Stage 3, there's a section where right now he is back headed slightly northeast, and then he'll turn and start heading pretty much due south. He's going to go up for a little bit. He's about to turn and start heading southeast a bit, and then he's going to go due south with the rest of the pack for quite some time until they almost do a 180-degree turn. When they get down to the Punta Preta airstrip, it basically is a 180-degree turn, and then they go back up northeast and start heading towards the finish, which is right about where we're going to be seeing our leaders here in a minute. We are moments away from the 282 coming into the finish line, and hoping that we are going to have Pam Hall down there to get all the action. So right now, nice drone shot there. Found one of our UTVs through the desert. I don't know if it gets more and more beautiful. And that is not, is that a drone shot? Yes, it is. For a minute, I thought it was one of our bush pilots. But it's getting, I don't know if it gets more and more beautiful as we head south, or it's just because I spend less time farther south than we go. I only do it once a year. And it's just a little bit different. But here we are in this last transit. Brent Fox, Dave Mason. And right in between the two of them is Scott Bally. So Brent Fox is going to be the first one to physically to the finish line. Scott Bally in the 72 will be right behind him. Scott Bally, if anyone from your team is listening, we got to get a camera in your car, bro. If you're going to be out here running like this and running like an absolute champion, we need a camera in your car. We got to see what's up. But right now, we've got you sandwiched in between first and third physically, and that is Brett Fox and Dave Mason. And then we've got a shot right here of a car being worked on.
Cleared it, started going again. They just went back in limp mode about 5 miles ago, and I decided to drive it here.
So this is Hernquist, Trey Hernquist.
I think the exhaust not being, I don't know, it's sucking air in the Lambda.
So he's saying that it just went into limp mode now.
You guys have to turn on these cameras.
Yeah, every time we turn it up,
What's that?
I'm done.
Every time.
It's gone.
Yeah, like that one always goes on. This one doesn't. This one goes off.
All right, so moving on, as Trey Hernquist, they're going to get them going again, no problem. As Speed UTV has so many talented technicians up and down the peninsula right now that they've got a team to hop on that here very quickly, get that car up and running proper. In the meantime, we have a shot of our finish line in Bay of LA right here, and it looks like this may be some safaris coming through. That's my guess. I do know that we do see Sherry and Ginger of Stadium Super Truck and Speed UTV fame, all there at the finish line. They flew down with the Bush pilots this morning. Lucky. As we were getting them dialed in. So they have the finish line all set. And yes, that is a safari class, so a couple of those. And we are about to see our leaders hang a 90-degree right-hand turn and head south towards the finish. They are 3 miles away from getting to the finish line, is what I'm being told. So as we see our finish line team anxiously awaiting the opportunity to see who comes across the line first. So we're not 3 miles away. We're in town right now. So there's our leader right there. And he is in downtown Bay of LA, and downtown is not a whole lot. pretty little village down here. So across the line first is going to be Brent Fox, about to pull in right now. Ford Performance welcomes him to the party at Bay of LA. Sherry Paxton waiting at the finish line. There she is. Big wave from Sherry Paxton says, come on with it. I thought she was about to do the YMCA there, Sherry. And there is Ginger as well. So Brent Fox at the 282. Cross the line first. Sir, kudos to you. An amazing day number 1 for Brent Fox. Not starting up all the way up front. Finishing the fastest truck across the line. Fastest race vehicle overall across the line. Starting in the P1 position and finishing in the physical P1 position down here in Bay of LA. Heck of a day. And I tell you, you've got me sold on those spec TTs, man. That was very impressive through some of that tighter technical stuff. Really great stuff. And I do know that we have Pam down there. And we're going to be getting ready to hopefully be doing an interview with her. So moving on, we have this truck pulling off. Hopefully Pam can get over to wherever they park and get an interview with them. Cars, our finishers coming to the line now are spread out enough where we should be able to get an interview with every vehicle that comes across the line for at least probably the first 20 or 25 of them if we do it correctly here. So look at that truck. Box restoration. Tell you, they don't have to restore anything. That was amazing right now. Great run for these guys here.
Yeah, that one was 100% my fault. 100% taking ownership of that left.
Now coming down, not far off, is going to be the 72 of Scott Bally. And there he is. Scott Bally, number 2 across the line. All right, sorry about that pause. And now we're looking at Scott Bally coming to the line here. Excellent run from Scott Bally. Very, very impressive stuff in that number 72 vehicle. That is a 2016 ID designed Ford. And what an impression that is, the Evolution Unlimited truck. And very impressive run by Bally today. And all in all for Norra, I mean, starting up front, staying up front, running it hard all the way down to Bay of LA through all 3 of our special stages. Great stuff. Next up, making their way to the line should be the 165. Coming across the line here, and that's going to be Dave Mason Jr. All right, so got a good look at the 282. I mean, talk about performing. And hopefully we have an opportunity to talk to him. And then you see off the distance, Dave Mason Jr. making his way down to the bay himself to join what is soon to be going to be a great party for everyone down here. And then followed up behind him is going to be the 829 coming in as well. And then the number 3 of Mark Post not far behind. So here is Dave Mason Jr. coming in. So in the 165. About to pull down into the finish line here. So as we are on board, creeping them down in there, and there is Mark Post, next one to come. As you see now, this is the, I know it's not the same, but this is the calm after the storm, if you will. And then you see our drivers, the first and second drivers across the line. That is Fox and Bally waiting for their interview. And then you see a couple more competitors coming out onto the transit area and heading towards the finish as well. So we're now locking them all together here. We got drivers to the finish. We've got drivers that have yet to finish special stage 1 yet. So just like it was yesterday, will continue to be like this on each stage. We have them spread all over the course for the certain day that they are on. There's Dave Mason Jr. now coming in. See Sherry Paxton there, giving a wave, saying, "Over here, Dave, over here." And he certainly knows how to get himself to the finish line. We've seen Dave up on top of his game for a long time down here, Dave Mason Jr. Did you see there some of our bush pilots? That's how our crew gets around. So Dave Mason, very exciting to see they're having a great time with it. I'm not sure who exactly was handling the stuff there. She says, I was watching you the whole way down. Oh, that is Natalie. Oh, excellent. So we've got in between Ginger and Natalie and Sherry, we got everything locked in at the finish line. We know everything is fully under control. The three of them know exactly what they're doing, as does everyone here with the NORRA staff. Does a wonderful, wonderful job. And there is the Mason vehicle. Now we're just waiting on getting things together with Pam, and we're going to get everything rocking and rolling and get an interview with hopefully all three of these competitors, because they have certainly earned it. And just listening into that vehicle, backing it into position here. As you see the tent, it doesn't look fancy from the outside, but you get inside, it's done up very nice. As we are getting ready to go into some interviews here in just a moment. And the party is getting ready to start with all of our drivers.
Thank you, sir. Good job, boys. Thank you. You guys too. We're all in Bay of LA up front. It's good. Worst place to be. Oh, hell yeah. Let me get you guys some Toyo hats. Hang on. How'd you like all that? Yeah, I need to go wipe.
And hear these guys joking around about some tire company stuff, being fun, just having a good time with one another.
Firms out there, man. That was Fox when they came in.
And so you hear these guys having a great time with Dave Mason Jr. laughing and joking and having a good time. But you know who's got probably a big smile on their face, and that's our team that got across the finish line first. And right now, Pam Hall's got an opportunity to speak with them. Pam, what's going on down below?
I am here with Brent Fox. You are the first vehicle in here to Bay of LA. You were saying just now, we were talking about, coming in quick, and it was that way all day long, so fast run.
You know what? It was a good, clean run. I had a couple navigational errors. The first two stages, lost a little bit of time, and then lost some time to these big, these guys got the big motors, and in that first two stages was pretty soft and sandy, so lost a little bit of time to the guys there. That last stage, we pushed pretty hard in the hard packed, and I haven't seen times, but the last one felt pretty good. So happy to be in Bay of LA, but you know what, really, guys, we're only a third the way through. We're on day 2, and we got, 4 more days. So there's a long way to go, and anything can and will happen.
Well, and Brent, let's talk about this. What brings you out here to NORRA? What is the vibe that you like so much that brings you to come out here and do the NORRA Baja?
Just coming down to Baja in general, it's kind of the wild, wild west down here. Everybody used to tell me that when I started racing, and you don't quite believe it until you get down here, and it really is the wild, wild west. It's pretty crazy down here, and just a good time. You get to come down with your friends, you get to come down with family, and come down and go racing most of all. Here we get to race for 6 days straight. How cool is that?
I know, exactly. And we're talking about navigational errors earlier on. I'm going to move on over here to Miller, because Miller is your navigator.
Yeah, that was me.
So, Miller, what happened?
Well, I haven't been in a truck in, 7 years. So a little rusty. Took me a little bit to get my bearings, but luckily Uncle Brent here was pretty patient with me. But we got her figured out. The only dust we had all day was our own from doing donuts. So,
And I probably ought to clarify that. It wasn't navigational errors on Kevin's behalf. It was navigation. He's calling me where I'm supposed to go, but I could not see where I was supposed to go. And we done some 360s out there in the dirt today.
So it was a listening issue.
It was a driver error. How's that? Is that better?
There's one I will take 100% responsibility for. 100%. One of them was my responsibility. So.
Well, you guys are here at the finish line, though. First truck in. Now, obviously, they got to go through all the timing and everything to see how it all pans out. And like you were saying, Brent, we're only a third of the way through. So we got a long 4 more days. So congrats on being the first truck in. And tomorrow we'll see what happens at the finish.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Wait, what is it? You want me to tell him about? Tell us about the error.
Oh, the error? Well, let's just throw it out there. I retired from navigating because I used to get sick in the truck. Okay. And so about 8 years ago, I stopped, and I would just do a Laughlin here and there with Brent. And the tight twisties back there at the end of stage 2, or I guess it'd be stage 3. I don't remember. It was a lot of first gear on and off the throttle, and I was like, oh, man, here we go. And I was trying to get it out of my mind on what was happening. And I was concentrating on myself instead of the GPS, and that's where I made my mistake. Yeah. The other mistakes, I was yelling at Brent, go left, go left, go left. And then I really had to start yelling at him, and then it was, oh, man, we need to do some U-turns. So it was pretty fun. We had a great time, but it happens,
I'm going to have to say this because you just said something about you started getting sick on, whatever, and you came in and you're like, well, there's no throw up in my helmet.
Yeah, my helmet is clean, so we are good. For those wondering, my helmet is clean because there's a whole raft of text messages going on right now, and they're all joshing me over that, so it's good.
Well, that is always a good thing coming in with a clean helmet. Brent, great job today. Tomorrow we'll see what happens. And are you ready for tomorrow? Any different strategies?
You know what? No, we got the exact same strategy clear up until about the last day. We're going to kind of run our race and see where we come in. If we need to make up some time, we'll do that the last day or two. But right now, there's just too far to go to push too hard and start tearing your truck up, start tearing tires up, and all that. So we're trying to play the long game here. So and just a good clean day. And Kevin called a great race. One of those instances, he was calling a left, and I'm looking down the road, and the road went left, and so I just assumed it went left there. Well, it cut off onto like a little two-tracker you couldn't even hardly see. And so I'm still going down there thinking I'm going the right way. And he's saying, "Oh, we're gone too far." And things get a little excited there in the car. Your emotions are high and stuff like that. And so things get excited a little bit much. You almost have to finish and give each other a hug and apologize for all the bad things you said about each other.
Well, it's always team building at its finest with friendships, family, and everything out here. I mean, husbands and wives that come out here and do it as well. So great team building on you guys.
You know what? Thank you, and look forward to the next 4 days. So looking forward.
And so do we. But again, congratulations, and we'll see you guys tomorrow at the finish line.
Thank you very much.
All right, great job down there, Pam. And tell you what, wonderful job for those two guys. And Kevin, hang in there, buddy. Your helmet's clean right now, and you're absolutely golden. Well done to both those guys. And I love the strategy of, no, we're just going to stick with what we're doing right now. And if we have to push it, we will, but it's too early on in the race. And I couldn't agree more there. So awesome stuff here. And now we're back on board with, I believe, is Max Gordon. And so Max still pushing it hard as we have a handful of our lead competitors still to come and get interviewed here in a bit. And I'm looking where we're at. We still have PJ Jones a ways ahead of him. PJ Jones is going to be coming in behind Mark Post. But I will say, through this last section, it's hard to go off of just the tracker. But I feel as though, I really do feel as though that Max Gordon is maybe putting a little bit of ground, or taking up a little bit of ground in between him and PJ Jones. You see right here, he's on it pretty good, pushing it hard. And now here we are on board. We see one race vehicle off to the side right there. And so now we are on board right here with Trevor Glidden in the 811. And we saw a race vehicle off to the side. Looks like they were working on that car as well. Trevor Glidden, nice and smooth, staying calm and smart through this tight section in that Evolution heavy metal truck. So Glidden, being smart, being smooth, make his way to the finish without any damages to the truck. And as our lead again across the line just said, it's too early to push it. And I think Trevor Glidden couldn't agree more, as he is making his way towards Bay of LA to the last and final finish of today. So great stuff for Glidden, as we are seeing him go through a tighter section and then getting ready to hop on over to some more aggressive driving, because these tight sections is where the UTVs do really well. And you can tell this larger truck in the 811 Trevor Glidden, it's tough getting through here and getting through here safely and flawlessly without damaging the truck. It's not an easy task to do, and it's certainly not an easy task to do if you want to do it at speed. And so just being smart about the way Glidden gets through here. Very, very intelligent driving. And now we hop on board with the team that started off with, and I don't know if I don't think is still driving, but this was Cerrone. Started off the day driving this vehicle. I do believe that's what it seemed like, it looked like, and that's what we had by the driver information early on in the day. As Cerrone's still digging. No, it looks like it is John Lahoff behind the wheel now, so that makes sense. John LaHoff. Smooth, calm, keeping the vehicle in one piece. Not quite as fearless as Cerrone was earlier on in the car, but smart way to handle it. And Cerrone's team there running very good all day long yesterday and today. No mistakes, just nice, honest, smooth driving, and a lot of that has been done by John LaHoff and then Cowboy Cerrone, and now LaHoff back behind the wheel again today. So going very well so far for that team. They are in the Evolution Production Turbo UTV class. Running very, very well down here. You see them through some of these tighter sections. This is where the UTVs shine, where it gets a little tight, a little more technical. That is the hot setup for the UTV competitors. As we go back to Glidden, on board with him. See him just kind of idling through RPMs, not very high. Just being smart about the way he's handling it. So Glidden, nice and smooth, nice and calm, not going to push it too much. Only day 2 out of 6 days of racing. As you see him making his way down to Bay of LA. And now we are back on board with Falco in his Speed UTV. This action being brought to you by Speed UTV and Ford Performance, along with Bilstein and Fab School. And of course, all this great internet service and extra stuff that we're giving you that we've never been able to give to you before, all courtesy of Starstream. Falco kind of doing a little freestyle run there. And as I was just saying, you know, having all these in-car cameras, having the great internet everywhere that we go, all of this with Starstream making it happen, and the team there doing an excellent job. So and so you can see a lot of this stuff that where everyone's driving through all the cactus and things. That is the Sirius cactus, and that is also part of the Sirius Reserve that our competitors will be going through that they don't get to race through. So Sirius, Boujans, and Cardones cactus through there, and it certainly makes it very tricky for some of the competitors, but it also allows them to go through some of the most beautiful parts of Baja. And one of the most beautiful parts of Baja is always the finish line. And finish line today is at Bay of LA. And we had another opportunity to speak to some more of our top of the line finishers down at Bay of LA with Pam. Pam, tell me what's going on.
Second in today, Mr. Larry Job. Here you are at the finish line, and you guys had some big old smiles on your face.
You know, it was a great race. Me and Jason started out, and we nailed the first stage and won that. And then the second stage we got a flat, so we got a little behind. And then ended up here in the beautiful Baja de Los Angeles. How much better can it be?
I know, this is absolutely gorgeous. I can only imagine the views that you guys see coming in here. But you said you got a flat. Was it a driver error, or was it just an issue?
You know, it was a piece of metal in the tire.
Oh.
It's always a driver error.
So when we went by the construction equipment that's off the highway there, that's been there for like 30 years, we probably just picked up something that's been there. Maybe it's archaic. Maybe, you know what? Maybe there's some kind of maybe some gold pieces or something. I don't know.
Well, you never know. You never know. Maybe that would be good to find.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, great day. And like Scott Bailey let me drive the truck this year, and we've been doing really good. And thank you to Team Stronghold Motorsports and Toyo Tires, and we're just happy to be here.
Well, I'm going to go right over here now to your navigator, Jason. So did you have any issues out on the course? You kept him straight and narrow?
Yeah, just kept him, you know, doing his thing over there, and nice and smooth day for us. We got one flat, like you said, and, took out a couple small trees and stuff, but nothing major.
Did you guys did you get out and change the tire yourself?
No, I did not.
Okay, that's always a question I always ask, because I don't know how much your guys' tires weigh, but I know it's a lot. So I didn't know if you do it by yourself.
The timing of the flat was perfect because it was right where it was next to the road. So we were, as they came back on, we were able to help them with the chase crews that were right there. So it was perfect.
All right, and this is Scott Bailey, the owner of the vehicle and everything, driver of record. So you guys were right there, perfect timing. It's like it was meant to happen that way.
Yes, it was. I mean, you couldn't ask for much better. I mean, we were right on top of where they were at. So the team jumped out and, changed the tire and re-racked a new one for them.
Awesome. Well, maybe that was your pot of gold.
I'll take it.
Well, do you going in tomorrow? I mean, we're going to go to San Ignacio tomorrow, one of the most beautiful places as well. I think they're all beautiful. But are you both being in the truck again tomorrow?
The boss hasn't told us what we're doing. I hope I have a day off, because it'd be nice to enjoy the scenery.
Well, you get to enjoy it, and unlike we're hauling booty to get to point, but you guys, I know, see some beautiful, beautiful stuff out there.
We're super excited because you guys really do have to work your tails off, and we all take it for granted it's about us, but it's not. It's about us, you, and getting us out there, and so we really appreciate it.
Everyone being safe, that's important. So, we have on our list, I think, what do we got, 5 drivers, or we all could drive, and so we're rotating, having fun. That's what this is about.
Well, and I was going to say, you said the boss hasn't told you what you're doing yet. Maybe he's waiting to see what the times are.
It could be. It could be.
He's scheduled for a day off, so Maddox, my grandson's going to actually drive tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, we can't wait to see you guys back out at the start line in the morning. Great job today. We'll see how it all pans out once the timing and scoring's done, but congratulations on this successful day.
It's time to go eat.
Yes.
Time to go eat, and that's where Pepe and his crew come in, feeding these guys every day, guys and gals, and the drivers and the navigators and the teams and everybody involved. And that's part of what makes NORRA so fun down here. So excellent stuff. That you see right there now across the line is the 207 as well. In the 207, putting in an excellent run. That is Matt Cullen, along with Erica, his navigator, and what a run they have put in. And I'm curious to see, once we get by the times, we won't know until later on tonight. And what normally they try, the rule of thumb they try to get done is they try to have all the times and everything done and posted by 8 p.m. Pacific on the website. Now, it's not a guarantee. If there's days where there's more protests or more penalties or more things of that nature than there are other days, and that takes a little bit longer for Eliseo Garcia to go through all of those penalties and things. And then Canadian George from the Great White North from Quebec does a great job from our time and scoring. He flies down from Montreal every year, and then he has to then do the math and get everything all dialed in there. So all in all, great run, but I'm curious where Cullen will be when the time comes. So now back on board with another one of our speed UTVs. Seems to be running quite well. So as they are continuing on to dig through the desert, I'm going to go to our live tracker as Pam and the team and our Starstream team get things dialed in. We are then looking to get across the line here. We should be seeing the Mark Post vehicle any moment. And there is Zach Langley, the number 250 in Cops. And right behind him, in the 1464, Matthew Legg. Across the line. So these guys having great runs as well. No big surprise there from both of those teams. And there's Zach Langley. I'm looking forward to see his interview. I have not got an opportunity to talk or speak to Zach yet this year because I've been in the studio the whole time. But I like it because Zach calls it how it is in interviews, and he'll tell you exactly, hey, we had a real good day because of this, that, and other thing, or we had a bad day because of this, that, the other thing, and I love his style. And so Zach Langley coming in and physically looking really good, coming across the line, doing quite well, and a massive improvement, it seems like, from yesterday. But that's, once again, just what I see from a distance. And I say from a distance, I'm still in Ensenada in the studio. So I'm just going by what I see, or what we all see together, and what I see online, and what I'm doing to follow the race the best that I can. There is Matthew Legg getting turned around and parked. Just getting a piece of one more bush before he's done for the day. And now we are back on board again, I believe, with Helco. From what I see. See Zangley, not Zach Langley. Zangley, that's a combination of Zach Langley. He's not in a big hurry to get out of the truck just yet. And Falco doing a good job, still heading south on the peninsula, going very well. Not far off from seeing Post come across the line, and behind him, a few clicks, is the 980 of PJ Jones. And then probably roughly about 20 minutes out, we'll be seeing Max Gordon as well coming across the line. A little sideways off camber there for Falco. As the team still digging along there, Falco looking good. Doing a great job. And I know we should be lining up some more interviews to get them in the bank. And now, back on board with one of the big dogs. Down here just cruising at a smart pace. Making his way through the desert little at a time, being smart about how he's handling it. And as we're continuing on here with a couple of the fellas that are, well, a lot of them that are out there, guys and gals, but on board here with them nice and smooth, as we were talking to Helco, or watching Helco earlier as well. Just being nice, calm, cool, and collected is a key to success. And the same goes here for this team. This is what they've been doing for 2 days straight. Just being calm, not pushing it, being smart about what they're doing and saying, hey, let's get all 6 days in. You know, let's make it down to the finish. As you see him nice and mellow, smart, dust off ahead of him a ways. So he may be catching up to another competitor, but definitely in the dust of some others, so that's a good sign. So he's either making some ground and catching up some competitors in front of him, or we just missed the possibility of maybe a quicker competitor getting by him. Now we're on board with Helco again, with a shot of the finish line here in Bay of LA. Malco having a nice run with it. Starting back in beyond 40th place, but looks like he's doing pretty good. Moving along across the finish. And you see right there, I believe that was Post coming down to the finish as well. And here is, I think it's PJ Jones in the 980. First UTV across the line. I'm pretty confident that's who it is that we're looking at. And yes, it is. You can see it now. PJ Jones, you see it up there above the windshield. Behind him is the Cops team coming in. I believe Jones went around I'm sorry, not the Cops. What am I talking about? The Riviera team. Riviera team getting around him just on the highway there during the transit, because it seemed as though that right down to the end there that Jones was behind the Riviera team. As we're on board with the Riviera team right now. And getting prepared to be going down, hopefully to getting some more interviews with Pam. And we want to get as many as we possibly can with these front runners here, and we've got a lot to go. As we are looking at in-car cam right now of these guys and celebrating back and forth with a couple of cervezas there for the Riviera team, as some of the emotions are high down here in Baja, some of them are low, but nonetheless, it is an emotional ride for some of our competitors down here, and hopefully we can get some of that emotion out of some of our upcoming interviews here. Pam, what do you got for me?
I am here with Chuck and Erica Sachs. Erica, I know that's not your last name anymore, but Chuck, I just found out that you guys have not drove together for quite some time. How was it like being out there doing this NORRA race with your daughter?
It was awesome. This is what we came for. We did this years ago. I think she was maybe 14 years old the last time she rode with me at a Laughlin race in a limited class, and we've talked about it many times. We've done some pre-running together, but we've never actually gotten a race since she's been the guru of the right seat, and so getting to do that with her is very, very special.
So I have to ask you this. Did she learn some of these guru skills from you?
I don't think she did. No, she's learned how to tame the old man down, and that's a definite. But no, she's really got it over there in that seat, man. She owns that GPS and all the calls that she makes. It makes it so easy to drive and so much safer. That's the biggie.
Well, and honestly, too, like, you're going to 100% trust her because she's your daughter as well.
I know, but it's hard for your daughter to hear your daughter say, check up, you know. You
we were listening to, as we were driving here, we were watching, and it was your guys' in-car, and so we were listening to, like, you were telling them, get on her, check up, and all of the different stuff, so having her tell you what to do.
Yeah, no, it's good. I'm super proud of what she's become in this sport, and gosh, it's just been an absolute dream to be able to do this.
Well, Erica, give us your thoughts on this and your stories you have from today.
Holy cow. I had no idea how this was going to go. Yeah, wild. Sorry, I guess I'm emotional. But it was a blast. I haven't gotten to do that with you in a long time. And I've gotten to do it with a lot of amazing drivers, but it just kind of hits differently.
It definitely does when it's your father out there, right? I mean, I'm sure mothers and daughters and all of that is the same way, but you're making me cry.
I know. This is pathetic. Sorry.
Bunch of women at the start or finish line crying like little babies.
Yeah, who knew? That was a really fun day, though.
Well, give us some thoughts on it, like with all of, being out there telling your dad what to do and with all of your skills that you have. I mean, you definitely are somebody in this industry that everybody's like always wanting you to like help them with navigation and stuff. So just give us your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I got to teach him rally style, which is really cool because that's kind of what I use as my platform. And he got onto it really quick. Right away, we were just kind of flowing. Actually, the first stage, we had zero communication. He couldn't hear me, so it was all hand signals. That was kind of interesting, but we made it happen, and then he fixed his hearing, and we were off, and I'm like, wait, you picked this up already? And we just started scooting and clicking off miles and having a blast.
Well, are you guys, I don't know your guys' schedule because there's, multiple drivers and co-drivers in all of the different vehicles. Are you guys doing any more of the days?
Yeah, we're doing every other day. So Matt Cullen is doing tomorrow, and we'll do the next day and then switch off from there.
Awesome. All right. Well, the tears were flowing. It's awesome to see that, it's so emotional because you guys are just out there for, roughly 254 miles or something together. And it's such a win to get here to the finish line with all that rough terrain you guys were going through.
Yeah, it was a blast.
Yeah, the truck was amazing. I got to reach out to Matt Cullen over here. He keeps dragging me back out of retiring from this sport. And we have so much fun. He and I have raced together for so many years and keep coming back. We started NORRA last year. We did it for our first time and had so much fun that before we were even finished, he was looking for hands on who was in for this year. So we all signed up again, and man, we're so glad to be here. So much fun.
It is definitely so much fun. I'm going to come over here and talk to you, Matt. So Matt, Erica just told me you guys are doing every other day, and it got pretty emotional over here just now, but have you ever done something like this with your son?
Yeah, so me and Mason race together in SCORE. So he doesn't get to come down to NORRA. This is the retired guys race, so he's back at home, but he helped get the truck ready. And so yeah, he and I are still doing everything together.
I didn't realize, so you guys drive and co-drive together in SCORE?
We never go together because we would not do that. Neither one of us are riding that right seat. So he'll start, I'll finish, or I'll start and he'll finish. Yeah.
Okay, because I knew that he drove and I knew that you drove, but I wasn't sure if you guys were together like this and the emotions that we were just seeing through Erica and stuff. But so you're getting in tomorrow and you guys are doing great. I mean, what's your thoughts so far on the course?
Yeah, no, it's honestly NORRA puts together a great course, and so the truck's running great, and yeah, we're just going to click off some miles and hopefully get to a point where it's a race the last day and Chuck and Erica can take it across the finish line.
Awesome. Well, we'll see you guys at the start line tomorrow. You and who's your co-driver again?
Jimmy Cross.
Oh, that's right, Jimmy Cross. All right, so we'll see you guys at the start line. Hopefully we'll see you at the finish line as well. But Matt Cullen, you have a great looking truck, a great team. I love it. Family atmosphere, and that's what NORRA's all about.
It absolutely is, Pam. You nailed that one right on the head. Boom. NORRA is all about family, having a good time. The only thing is, having a good time is winning, right? I mean, that's what it's all about, is being out there and being on top of your game. And that's what a lot of these competitors do. So don't let the Cullen family kid you, especially Erica. She has won so many races and championships and have done it with so many great drivers that, yes, they're there to have fun. I understand that. But that's a family that also loves winning, and they know a lot about it. And so don't let them kid you, Pam. They're here to have a good time, but they also know that there's nothing more fun than sweet, sweet victory and the taste of it. So back on board here with our team from early on today. A little bit of trouble right there. I don't know if it was a navigation issue or what it was, but just a little bit of trouble. They slowed down considerably. As earlier on today, Cowboy Cerrone was on board and running that vehicle. And now we are back to the original driver, laying off from earlier on. But continuing on with what's important right now is our finishers that ran so well down below. And we had an opportunity to speak with the cops. And when I say cops, don't worry, the police aren't here. It's Zach Langley in the number 250.
All right, here at the finish line, once again here with Zach Langley and Mike Honcho right here, a.k.a. Matt.
Full spread racing.
All right, so you guys neck and neck all day long. Zach, I'm going to start with you. Give us your thoughts on what you were battling out there with Mike.
That's a good 6100 race going on. There's three of us that are all pretty tight, and I'm just trying to keep Mike Honcho off my ass.
All right, so Mike, Matt, what you want me to call you?
You can call me either or, Mike or Matt. So yeah, it was a great day. We had the Armado truck. I don't remember their name. We had those guys in between us there for a little while, and somehow I think we both got by them. Weren't you? You were behind him to start, right? I got by him on the second special. Yeah. So pretty cool. We both got by him, and then I kind of had Zach's dust, and I would put a target on him and was trying to chase him down. And seemed like he would make up some good time on me in the fast stuff, and then I'd make up some time on him in the tight stuff. So it was a good race today, for sure.
Well, I'm going to switch up this interview just a little bit. I want to know, how did you get the name Mike Concho?
From the... Is that proper? No, it's... Yeah, Talladega Nights. Oh, okay. You know, yeah. I went to camp over the summer, did a full spread in Playboy magazine, you know, spread the cheeks and everything. Playgirl magazine. Yeah. Yeah. So then we were like, hey, let's just throw that on our truck. So, yeah.
Okay, I have never asked that.
There's a lot of good Talladega Night jokes.
Yeah. Okay, give us some funny ones.
Oh, I don't even off my head. He's the guy. Ask him.
All right. We'll go back to race stuff. So tomorrow, you guys will find out where you start, because you guys came in, back and forth here pretty close as well. So, are you guys both back in the driver's seats tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm doing the first section for sure tomorrow. I decided I did the last 2 years solo, and this year I wanted to make it kind of a team vibe. I just turned 50, and so I brought Steve Hengeveld on, who I've raced with before. And so, yeah, I'm down here to have a good time and to race.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what it's all about here. So how about you? You're driving the whole thing or just switching it up?
I am driving the whole race. And so, yeah, full spread, full race. Yep. I haven't found anybody else that I want to put in my truck because I am completely self-funded as far as like wicked small budget, no sponsors. And anything I do to that truck, I get to pay for.
Sponsors, help this guy out.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, good luck to you guys tomorrow. We'll see you guys at the finish line tomorrow night in San Ignacio.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, can't wait.
All right, Pam, well done. And I tell you, yeah, you're going to want to watch out with the questions with that guy, with Mike Concho in the full spread program. They got some pretty funny stuff there. And yeah, the Talladega Nights, we could go back and forth, me and him, on the comments on that, because there is a lot of great funny stuff to be laughed about in there. But continuing on right now, as we are now getting into a transit area, as we've been following this guy for a while now. He's been nice and easy every time we hop on with him as of recent, not pushing the truck too much. And now listening to this vehicle here, this one sounds like it may be a UTV. It's hard to see with just the front end here, but I believe it's max scored. It sounds like a UTV. And I'm being told, yes, it is. So he is now in transit. So I'm switching up my laptop screen to see just where he's at. I knew it wouldn't be long before we saw him to the finish. We know we got PJ Jones across the finish line, which we'll certainly be needing an interview with him as our first UTV across the line. And of course, Max is going to continue to put the pressure on him. And we'll see where we are later on tonight as far as the times go with the who's who or the what's what with the UTV portion of it. But we know as far as the big dogs go, we've got no big surprises with the Sachs team. Of course, Cops running up there as well. Mike Honcho, he's doing a full spread all the way down the peninsula. And all these guys charging very, very hard. So now we're back on board with Helco. Helco starting back quite a ways, somewhere beyond 40th off the start. I'm guesstimating without looking it up. I think he was around 42nd off the start today. And so he's got a ways to go before he gets there, gets down to the finish line. But as I've continued to mention with him, he's running a very smooth race, running a smart race. And so he's still digging and getting his thing handled here, making it look easy in that speed UTV. And so he's got a good ways left to go in the 11:03. And I'm going to take a look here where exactly the 11:03 is on our course. I do believe he is a ways out. Yeah, so 11:03 is still heading due south right now. He's got to make it down a ways before he makes the turn at Punta Preta airstrip. It'll be a 180-degree turn and start heading back up southeast making his way towards the finish. So we got a ways to go there as we are now back on board with a Safari class. In that Safari class, I'm curious, I'm not sure. I think his car number is S40, I believe, S40, I think. And if I'm right, he's well in the mix with some of the other race trucks on course.
We got a hard left coming up.
It should be coming up into transit relatively soon, if I have it right.
Pretty hard left with a caution coming around. It's got to be sharp.
And I'm just listening in on him. Navigation's a little bit different with him than it is at speed of the race cars, but as far as Safari goes, this is one of our faster competitors without a doubt.
Right here's where the caution is.
A lot of our classes across the line with our TT specs. Also the same thing with our historic truck and truggy class. Got those guys along the line, our top dogs there. Evolution Production Turbo UTV. We know we got PJ Jones there. We're going to be seeing Mad Max Gordon here in a little bit as well. Dave Mason Jr., Evolution Unlimited Buggies. We have a handful of those across the line. So a lot of the top dogs have already got there. Little by little, we're making it happen. And then we get into 6100 trucks. We have 3 of those have already made it across the line. They're having a great 3-way battle. There's more than just 3, obviously, out there racing. But 3 of those 6100s have been having an excellent battle. And then it goes on beyond that because a lot of these are racing for an overall as well. And it must be a little chilly in Bay of LA today because oftentimes when we are down there at the finish line, you see drivers getting out of their driving suits right away. You see people jumping into the water and cooling down a little bit. But right now, the majority of them are just kind of hanging out with their suits on. Must be a little bit chilly down there. As we know, Pam is getting ready to lock in another interview here momentarily with some of our other finishers coming across the line. And you see right now we're still on board with a Safari class, and this is hands down, without a doubt, one of our faster Safari vehicles out there. But speaking of fast, the fastest of the fast, they're at the line right now. So let's throw it down to Pam, get another interview.
I am here with Bella and Bill Zemak. Bella, you're navigating for your dad out there for this, and I hear you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, it's actually my first time even sitting in the Jackal. That was yesterday. We definitely saw improvement from first stage to all day today. So I think we were kicking butt out there, and hopefully I'm as good as his normal co-driver.
Well, let's. I'm going to ask you this. So how did you get these navigational skills? Have you done a navigation school or anything?
No navigation school, but in 2018 I ran some Best in the Desert races, just 2 with him, but that was no more than 300 miles total.
Okay, so
had a bit of a help with the rest of the team.
Oh yeah, and the team definitely helped. Reese Millen gave me a bunch of tips, and obviously Alex Reed gave me a lot of tips.
Well, let's talk about Alex Reed. Alex Reed is the normal co-driver over here.
He is, but he's not here for a really good reason. He just had a baby, so shout out to Alex, Annie, and Emma.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to Annie earlier. She's missing out because this is their favorite race. But now let's go over to your dad here. So, Bill, you were just jokingly saying something about Alex. What's your thoughts on that co-driver seat?
Alex, dude, I love you like a brother, but Bella's doing a really good job on Emma's behalf for baby Emma. No, she's really doing fantastic, and you know what? It's the mission's changed just to get to Cabo and just have a great time, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, and that's all that really matters too. And NORRA's all about family and having fun and everything. And here you're doing this with your daughter. We have another father-daughter team that was racing earlier as well, the Sachs. So it's like it gets emotional for people too. So what is it like having your daughter over in that co-driver seat?
Yeah, it's super special. Yesterday, like before we even started, it just all hit me. Like as we were driving to the starting line yesterday, like, oh my God, like we've been talking about this and we're actually doing it. And we've we've been fortunate to do a lot of awesome things together, but this is going to be one of the tops. You know, my family knows how much I love this place, and being from North Carolina, we don't really have desert out there, so this is pretty special, and the Mexican people make it awesome. So we love it, and sharing it, you know, is just perfect. I really couldn't ask for anything else.
Well, with the best team.
With the best team. Yeah.
Well, maybe she can get her own car here one of these days.
Yeah, that sounds like a great idea, Pam. Are you sponsoring her?
I'll just talk about her a lot.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll have to talk to Reese about building another Jackal with like more power and 40s.
Oh, right. We were watching your guys' in-car too. It was really cool to see that. You guys looked like you were hauling, but at one point we were like, how fast is this guy going? So what was your top speed? Did you look?
I think today we only hit like 118, but yesterday it was 122.
Okay, well, and I don't know the whole entire course. Are there areas that you think you can get up even faster?
Probably. I mean, you know, the car's geared for more, but we're just, you know, it's only day 2, so we got to keep this car together. So we're not pushing the car. You know, I'd say I'm driving, you know, 65, 70% max, because there's still a lot of racing left. So that's, you know, front and center. Yeah. Just get down there. Yeah, exactly. So we'll push it later on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. A lot of people are talking about the last day is the day they're going to like really step it up. So it sounds like your plan as well.
Yeah, for sure. We just got to get down there. A lot of racing to do. Starstream was fantastic. You know, I think I told you guys yesterday, you know, sharing this with everybody back home in Charlotte, and we have family. Bella went to school in Europe, so she's got friends all over the place. So we're getting people in Lithuania watching this, in Spain, in the Netherlands, in France. So the Starstream is awesome, super awesome.
All right, so Bella, with that being said, having people all over the world, like, are your friends messaging you at night going, oh my gosh, this is awesome?
They are. I actually had a friend this morning. She texted me and she's like, oh my God, you're like holding on for your life in that car, because she was watching, and they have no idea what this is like out there. So it's cool for them to experience this after I've talked about it for 4 years.
Well, I'm super stoked for you guys. And again, tomorrow we'll be ending in San Ignacio, one of the most beautiful places, I personally think. I'm going to ask you this. You love this place. Is there any one place that stands out more than another?
It's all beautiful in its own way. I like Loreto a lot. It's like a real historical area. And what's the other area with all the date palms? Las Palmas, I think. That area I absolutely love because it's just like a tropical oasis in the little valley. So, I probably Loreto is my favorite.
I have to say the same thing. But anyways, you guys, good luck on the rest of the rally. We'll be seeing you at the finish line every day. And hopefully you guys are both still smiles every day.
Yeah. Always smiles. Mom's calling now, though, so.
All right, we got to let that go. Let Mom get on there. So congratulations on the day, and we'll talk to you later.
Excellent stuff. So it's not just an international field of competitors, which we knew. I've talked about that a lot yesterday. For all of our international fans all over the place, great to have you guys from Lithuania and the Netherlands and all over the place. And luckily, I actually just got off a massive European tour myself, and I was in a lot of those places. And wonderful people around the world. And to bring those people in, watching some off-road, I hope you enjoy it. I hope you love it. And we invite you to come down as a fan. Come to NORRA, come hang out, come check it out. Come to a race in Baja. Come to Mexico and join us. We'd love to have you. It's a lot of fun. So we are now having an opportunity to get a couple more interviews here. And then we see, look, it's super pumped. Yes, really pumped to get across the line. They got their cervezas ready to go, the 2112. And we've been talking about them on and off today. And that 2112 right there has put in a great run. That is driver record, goes by Grant Ingram, and he is in another Jackal. And those Jackals are impressive vehicles, to say the least. Excuse me. And then we have another UTV across the line. Thumbs up. So I will say, I've been doing NORRA a long time. And not normally, I am always until to this weekend, or this week, at the finish line. And 98% of everyone that comes across the line is thumbs up, smiles, whether they're first or they're towards the back of the pack, everyone having a very good time. And that's just the vibe here with the NORRA races. The courses are unlike any other of the races that happen in Baja because we have the opportunity to race through some areas that no one else can go because there's no pre-running. So every competitor, I'm just throwing out numbers right now. If there's 100 competitors, only 100 cars go through there, nobody else. But if you're pre-running, that 100 cars is going to turn into, it could easily turn into 1,000 if you pre-run your section 10 times, and that starts to tear things up a bit. But NORRA, without any pre-running, gives us an opportunity to get into places that they never get to go to, and it just makes it a lot of fun and very enjoyable, and allows people that maybe if you're not performing as well as you had hoped, you can still find a lot of enjoyment by just being part of it. And then you think on top of it, if you've never done, say you follow off-road your whole life, but you've never raced down here, and you come down and you race, it's exciting because you're on the same course as people like Mark Post and Zach Langley and Robbie Gordon and PJ Jones and Larry Ragland and all these superstars that have been here for so long that have made Baja what it is today. That's just rad. You're out there with them, with the superstars of off-road racing. And it's hard to say, what more can you ask for, especially if this is not something that you normally do, and now you're down here with some of the best, and you're having a good time doing it with a smile on your face. So very, very cool stuff. But all in all, we've got some more action yet to come at you. We are looking to get some certain interviews that we want to get to help tell the story here. And every day as it goes on, and it's going to be the same for you, it's within reason a little easier for me. My job sometimes turns a little bit easier because the story starts to unfold for you. We started off on day one in Ensenada yesterday, and the starting order is done by class. Has nothing to do with performance. There's the fastball team right there. And so once we get day one done, then we start the orders by performance. And then that's where the stories really start coming into play. And speed of performance, what a performer he was right there. Moving over, had to hurt the push to pass, went right to a complete stop and got out of the way to let a much faster vehicle run through. And that was just the safety at its utmost right there. I mean, well done, well played. When you know you're not in the mix for an overall, or possibly maybe not in the mix to even win your class perhaps, but you're out here to do the best that you can and just have fun. When you have a faster vehicle behind you, be safe about it. Just step out of the way. And that's exactly what they did. Now, if you're racing an overall class win and that's somebody in your class, maybe you would handle it differently. That's up to you, however you want to do that. But as far as the way things were just done right there, no, that was well done. There's the Bester marks. My buddies, these guys are great. They started much further back than where they are physically across the line right now. I'm going to say right now, so Kyle Vestermark started 26 off the start line. And once again, this is only physical. I'm not talking times. 26 off the line. There has not been 26 vehicles to the finish yet. Not that I have seen anyways, but all the front runners and everything. So Vestermark, I believe, would have to have moved up in the starting order, and I would be very surprised to not see him starting further up in a better position than 26 tomorrow morning. And tomorrow morning, so that you know, the start line is right where we're looking right now. That's the ceremonial start. The difference is they're just turning around and going the other direction. Just turning around and pulling back out of here. And so that's the way that's going to happen. There he is. It's Kyle's old man right there. Kyle navigating. So they're switching up driving and navigating duties back and forth. Those two, they're awesome. The 179 team, rad dudes right there. But they're having a good time. Smiles for miles for those guys. And what I like about them is they're very much like Zach Langley. When they're happy, he'll tell you about it, and they're normally happy almost all the time. When they're not happy, they'll come right up to me and they'll say, Sean, what the F? What was that? Can you tell me, do you know about this or about that? Or, and they're not afraid to put it out there, but they're here to have a good time, and I love it. They're serious competitors. They want to win, and they can win, and especially by class. So best remarks. They made it to the finish line. Congratulations, guys. Looking forward to see you guys having a great run as we continue on down. Look at that guy. Speaking about the myths, the legends, the rock stars of off-road racing in that Riviera. Talk about the shot. There is Mark Post with the Riviera fire suit on. Behind him, Zach Langley's Cops vehicle. I mean, come on. I mean, that is Baja Racing right there in between the Cops racing team, which is a massive team, and Mr. Zangley, Zach's father, who had recently, a couple years ago, passed away, and very sadly, and just as I got to know him a bit, and what a wonderful man he was. But now, as far as the NORRA race, we normally just see just Zach down here racing for fun, and but the Cops, man, I mean, you think about off-road racing for years now, you have to think about the Cops team. You can't not. And so what a cool shot that was when you got that truck right there, and then standing in front of it was Mark Post with the Riviera team. I mean, come on, Riviera team. I mean, how cool is that? That is off-road. You see some of the locals coming to talk to Mr. Mark Post. Very exciting. As we're continuing to cruise around the finish line and see more and more competitors coming across the line. And there is several more UTVs now, and I think that is the first of the triple deuces across the line. And that is Sherry Paxson and team. And ready to rock and roll. And so now we see some more competitors getting here to the finish line. I thought there was another UTV. I do know that there is the triple deuce team behind them. And then another competitor there as well. But speaking of competitors, let's talk about some of the ones that are more hungry. And I'm not talking about the tacos they're about to have at the party. I'm talking about hungry for victory. And I know Pam Hall, she had an opportunity to speak to one of the hungriest ones down here. That's Max Gordon. What's Max have to say, Pam?
Max Gordon, you just now came in and you said it was a long day. Tell me about it.
You know, we started off, I think we left the line at in 10th place overall, including every vehicle, and then we kept a good pace going, but 30 miles in, we broke a belt, and then that took out a CV boot, and then had a left rear axle fail, and then we broke the front diff, and then just had a long day. We changed that axle, I think, on stage 2. That belt change took about 15 minutes, and then we changed those 2 axles. We were late to the start, and then we just kept, after that, had 2-wheel drive, and those last 2 stages were wide open. I mean, I'd like to see where we end up for the overall there. We made up a lot of time. Every car you see come in, we were back behind by my dad, and we were way back there, and somehow we made up, I'd say 25, 30 minutes in those last 2 stages. Cole was on point with the navigation, and it was good.
Well, I was going to say, you're the second UTV in out of all of the cars that are in right now, so pretty darn good for the struggles you had today.
Yeah, no, we're going to go tonight. Well, I'll get this thing framed down and rebuild this car and be good to go.
Well, Max, I want to talk to you outside of the race today, like the whole overall NORRA, like the vibe that NORRA has. You just now got out of your car and you had fans right there. How cool is that, though, to like have people like waiting for you to come in?
No, it's pretty awesome. You know, it's like that about every city we go to down here, and there's just people everywhere. You know, like even today we were in stage zones and people were just crowding us. It's an awesome experience, and I'd like to thank all the fans for the support and everyone that comes down here.
I mean, you've been driving since you were what, 2 years old or whatever in a Razor or something.
Yeah.
And now here you are, 16 years old. You're a very well-seasoned racer for, obviously your dad being the professional he's been his whole entire life. So it's awesome to see the humbling that you guys have, too, when you come in and the fans are sitting here waiting for you. But tomorrow, starting off and ending in San Ignacio. You ready for it?
Should be good. I don't know where we're going to start tomorrow. Hopefully we start in front of some of these cars and just go for it again, see where we end up.
Awesome. Well, you said Cole did an amazing job. He's over here off to the side. He's like, nope, I'm not coming to the camera. But Max Gordon, congratulations on the great day that you did have coming in where you did with all the issues that was occurring to you.
Yeah, thank you guys. We'll see you in San Ignacio.
All right, and there you go. Then that's the Gordon way of talking about things. So he's saying, Max Gordon, well, we didn't have a great day and we broke this, that, and the other thing. Nothing major, but, it happens. You're racing, as I said, not necessarily against each other, but against the desert. But for him, he's like, we'll frame it down. We're going to rebuild this car tonight. He's probably not even going to go to bed. He doesn't care. He's young and just full of vigor and ready to go and come right back at you. And he says, we'll see you in San Ignacio, which means tomorrow he's going to do it all over again, no problem, and be at the next finish line. So very exciting stuff for him. And so first off, before we get underway, I want to say something here. How cool was that? We had the other shot there of Mark Post with some big contact right there. Now it's Robbie Gordon. Of course it was. Here, two cars banged together, spread out throughout the entire desert. And, of course, you look over and it's Robbie Gordon involved, having contact with another car, getting by him with some serious aggression right there, making it happen. So that's RG, man. That's the boss right there. And that was passing hit right there. And that car would have moved out of the way if you just gave him a split second. But Robbie doesn't have a split second. It says it's go time. Every second counts to me. So what counts to me is not just every second, but every autograph I just saw Mark Post sign. Some of the locals from Bay of LA, the kids and all that stuff, when you're down here, there's not a lot of sporting and things like that, especially when you get down to these little villages and stuff. And so when NORRA comes through, we're like the Super Bowl of NORRA. And so to have children that know who Mark Post is and know enough, they're like, I need his autograph. That just means that it just shows how much the people down here of Baja, the people of Mexico, love off-road. And so I would like to say, first off, thank you to all the people of Baja, all the people that live here, all the Mexicans. Thank you so much for allowing us to come down here and race on your beautiful lands, through your beautiful ranches and your farms. We can't thank you enough. We can't do what it is that we love without you. So thank you so much to all the locals that support our racing. I'd also like to big thanks out to our ground crew, all of our guys out there with our cameras and our drones and everybody working hard and everyone out there making that happen. Thank you so much, everybody with Starstream, the whole nine, putting this all together. But let's get back to what is important as we wind down the day here. So as we finish up, kudos, to our top front runners making it to the finish line and making it look so easy. Brent Fox, you and team, well done. Scott Bailey, Dave Mason Jr., outrageous. I expect it from you guys. Maybe you don't, but I do. You run so well. Mark Post, Larry Ragland, all you guys absolutely amazing. PJ Jones, he is right now, by the time he is atop the leader box in our UTV class. Look out for Mike Honcho. He's going to be coming at you all day long. So with no further ado, as now we are starting to lose our opportunity to cover the race out in the desert with our ground crew, the racers moving past them, and the race is too long here for us to leapfrog and get back into position. That being said, we have a lot of racing yet to come. This is only the end, the conclusion of day number 2. For those of you that are at home and have not seen your driver come across the line yet, I urge you to go to the NORRA website. All you got to do is click on NORRA or click on the Mexican 1000 part, and you'll come right up there. And it'll show you all your options to follow the tracking the rest of the day until you see your competitors come across the line. So, that being said, thank you so much for tuning in all day long, watching the superstars of Baja and NORRA's Baja, listening to myself. And please tune in with us again tomorrow. We'll be live at 8 a.m. Pacific time, and we'll bring you the action all the way to the point where we can't bring it anymore, and we are just out of cameras and out of opportunity to do so. So, for the 2025 NORRA's Baja, for Speed UTV, Bilstein Shocks, Myers Minks, Fab School, and of course, Ford Performance, and Pam Hall getting all the action down to pits. My name is Sean Cermony, and I can't be more excited than I am right now to meet you right back here at 8 a.m. and do it all over again tomorrow. We have 4 more days left of racing. Thank you so much for tuning in, guys. We'll see you bright and early in the morning. Thanks for watching.
To tell you the truth, we could take or leave the extravagance, the attention, the celebrity, the bragging rights, the bravado. Because all we've ever really wanted is for every Ford driver to feel this.